Okay. How's it going, everybody? I have a bunch of fans going on in my room right now, so I'm just gonna stop talking for a second and see if you guys can hear those without me talking. How's it going, Meep Morp? Uh, Eris Onet, or Eris Zero Net, I don't exactly know how you like that name to be pronounced. Cameron Sithis, and of course, Nefarious Man. Ballooned Raccoon, how's it going? Um, Today, while we kind of figure out the whole audio situation, which is normally a recurring theme on here, we're just going to be going through and doing some quests in ESO that I need for some footage coming up for a video that I'm going to be doing. Uh, Actually, a lot of videos that I'm going to be doing. So I talked to the channel members recently in Discord, and I kind of had this idea where you guys know how it takes me a long time to get videos out. Um, you can hear it vaguely, but can hardly tell it's there. Yeah, I think it'll probably be fine. And I can actually, there's one that's pointed right here, and it's really loud, so I can turn that one off. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Either way, it's a minor issue. Uh, but to get back to kind of what I was saying, um, I take a long time to work on videos. That's just a fact of the channel. And it's been a while since the last big project. The last big project was the Athelia video, of course. And I've been working on a project involving Magicka and how the magic system in the Elder Scrolls works. I like it a lot so far, what I've got, but I need footage for the video. So the script is finished, the script has been recorded, and yeah, now I'm just in the editing process. Uh, I'm gonna wait. Oh, sweet. Pizza rolls are done. Hold up. Hold up. Pizza rolls are done. I'll be right back. Okay, pizza rolls retrieved. um, Sound a little scratchy when you talk. I don't think it's a big deal. Okay. We're not as important as the pizza rolls. No, you're important. I need sustenance as well. So, okay, what was I saying? I talked with the channel members. We've got the Magicka video. I'm proud of it so far. It's not been edited or worked on really at all, but I'm gathering footage for that, and I'm also going to be gathering footage for a couple new projects as well. So I want to get like a backlog of videos for you guys, so that way it doesn't take as much time to get content out, or at least it'll seem like that, right? Like this is going to take me maybe an extra 2-3 weeks to do, but I'm going to try to work on getting a whole bunch of videos made and then have like a weekly release schedule for the next 5 or 6 weeks, just so that way you guys have something to watch every single week. And I think that that'll be good for, retaining viewership, keeping people entertained. I feel bad because I go on these like dry spots, and plus I just moved into this new place, so like it's been a little bit weird with the content production as of late. So I'm going to take a little bit more time, focus up on some smaller projects while I work on the next big project that channel members will choose to see. So that's how it's going to work around here. That's the plan. And in order to get some of this footage, I need to do one public dungeon, or not public, swap the screen over, and we'll pull up ESO. And ESO. Do that. I've been kicked out of ESO for being AFK for too long. That's okay. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody, though. And that tracks and follows in all the ways that it should. And in order to get this done in kind of like a timely fashion, I think I'm going to do the dungeon first on my tank, Stays with Sithis. And so we're going to load him up and we'll run on in. Have you done the new content yet? I have not done any new stuff yet. Actually, we'll read through this. Heroes return, aid Vanis Galarian, founder of the Mages Guild. Stop a power-hungry spellcaster from wresting control of the Aetherian Archive, and save Tamriel. 10 to 15 minutes, jump in with a battle-ready build. A first step back on your return to adventure. Interesting. Oh, I just have to do that? Okay, well this is a tank character, so we'll see how this goes. Powerful magic has pulled you into the Aetherian Archive, an ancient tower on the edge of civilization. This locus of power is something I can't finish reading.
And just in time, I see the summons worked. Adventurer, Vanis Galarian has need of your skills and spells.
Oh, my guy looks pretty cool. I like his little collar there. Can we... Can I get out of this? Alright, well, I guess we'll check this out really quick. Heroes Return. As a returning player, you have access to additional daily rewards through Heroes Return. Returning player login bonus. Alright. That's pretty cool. Argonian tank, what's next? Altmer Barbarian? No, this build is so fun. So this build, for anyone who's like familiar with ESO... Okay, we're gonna have to hear that guy every once in a while. For anyone who's familiar with ESO, this character is a Nightblade tank. So, Nightblades are typically only DPS, but I wanted to do something that was out of the box and weird. So, yeah, we're a Nightblade tank. We have some pretty good sustain, actually, and we just use a lot of the Undaunted abilities. Orc Sorcerer is my favorite. I play an Orc Sorc as well. My main character is a Stam Sorc. So, Stam Sorc Orc. Okay, let's talk to Vanis, I guess.
My underlings may be unable to handle a simple planar breach, but I'm glad to see my mystical summons reached a most capable hero. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, even if it is under less than ideal circumstances.
What's going on? Why am I here?
Terribly sorry to have pulled you here with so little fanfare, but pressing times and all that. A rogue mage named Brulo Relane cracked through the wards around the Aetherian Archive. Shoddy work by my associates in the Mages Guild.
So I'm here to help you with this Brulo?
I can handle Brulo. Goodness knows I taught him everything he knows. I need your help with his minions. He summoned a force intended to keep me off balance. But he didn't plan for you. Ha! They rarely do they?
All right, Vanis, I'm in. Yeah, this is bizarre. Does Vanis's voice actor sound different to anybody, or have I just not heard him talk in a while? It sounds like a different guy to me. What do you think ESO does better than the mainline games like Oblivion or Skyrim? I think that I'm trying to see. This is Brulo Relane. I think that the locations are really well done in ESO. It's probably the best thing that I can say about it. I also like the different classes a lot. Oh, do I have to kill this thing? This is gonna take a while, guys.
Keep out of this, you fool! Surrounded by incompetence!
So true, Brulo. Good help is hard to find. Luckily, I have you, adventurer.
Okay.
The Guildmaster is fighting. Throw back this insect!
Oh god, multiple people at one time. For some reason, Vanis's hair is short here, like a bob, but then in main quest and in the new DLC, he has long hair. I didn't think the new DLC was out yet. Is it out already? I guess I'm just out of the loop.
Your interference is meaningless, Varus.
I thought it was a public test server, but not like out. I do like the ESO/Oblivion health bars, yeah. I do actually like the gameplay in ESO also. It's very MMO, but I do like it. I think that it's at least got like more complexities to it with like skills and stuff like that.
Damn you, Galarian.
Well done. I've managed to divest him from the Great Source, but his followers remain. Hurry, through the portal.
It is out, okay. Gotcha.
No, I will not be denied.
I
Oh.
am the Guildmaster Brulo. You will not best me.
If I cannot have the power of the first mages, then no one can.
Power of the First Mages is interesting. I guess while we're doing this, I can turn music back on.
No!
I normally have my music turned off when I'm doing audio recordings for footage, but like
Mess while you deal with this
I can keep it on
thing.
for now, as long as it's not like too loud. What's up, Bash? How's it going?
I knew I chose the right person. The remnants of the Great Source still linger here in this old tower. If we had not acted decisively, old Brulo might have been able to... terrifying thought. Exemplary work, adventurer. I know I didn't quite ask for your participation, but your strength and intellect have been most appreciated. This portal should get you back. From the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Your intervention at my side has stopped short a terrible calamity. Nern can sleep safe tonight, never knowing the dangers she faced.
Okay. So what's the new zone for the DLC? It was Hammerfell, right? Ivea... Aquafell... Wait, Ivea... The Scalarium? Is Ivea the seat of the new DLC? I feel like Ivea doesn't normally show up until you've beaten the Mages Guild, and I know I have not beaten the Mages Guild on this character. Been playing Skyrim again recently, and I forgot how loud the Dark Brotherhood doors are. It actually hurts. They are pretty loud, aren't they? Did Vanis just call you his third-rate choice? I mean, honestly, I'm my third-rate choice here. No, it's Solstice. Below Blackmarsh. Oh, okay, this island. Yeah. Alright. Cool. For some reason, I thought that they were still on their dungeon DLC, but I guess they did, they released the first zone already? Okay, wait, so if I... How does this new stuff work? Like, if you have a character with a maxed out skill tree, you can now combine... stuff. Let me log into a couple other characters. It's quality armor, thank you. I get to get a good showcase of all my characters really quick. This is my Stamina Sorcerer Orc. This is Baragrak Grow Shrub. And Sylvan Greenthorn here. This is my Rogue. Type Thief character. Radon Alcazar. This is my Meridian Redguard Templar. Lanyu Vothrel. This is my Ebonheart Pact Fire Mage. Stays with Sithis, my Argonian Dark Brotherhood Shadow Scale tank. We got Baz Tomb. This is a more tribal Argonian from the... Hey, how's it going, Jake? Jake, you know what's funny, dude? I actually just saw you in LaFave Bros stream with Wes Johnson. That is funny. I saw you in the comment section there, man. Yeah, Baz is here. Kala the Untold. We actually did a playthrough with her. She's an Arcanist. There's like 4 episodes, 3 episodes really of a playthrough on the channel with her. And then this is Obsidia Gorge, named after named after the Obsidian Gorge from that one video I did. Anyway, I'm gonna log on to Barrack Rock here. Okay, so that has unlocked Skill Line, Dark Magic, Daedric Summoning, and Storm Calling. Cool. Well, I'm going to go through and get those other ones unlocked then. I'm not confident that Radon Alcazar has, was it Dawn's Beauty? Whatever that skill line is. Not confident he fully has that. Oh, he just has Adric Spear maxed out. 49 for Dawn's Wrath and Restoring Light, though. Damn. Okay, sorry guys, this is not what the stream was supposed to be originally, but... Let all the achievements pop? Yeah, I can let all of them pop. Lore-wise, Necromancers are considered defilers of the dead, but yeah, their minions are generally weak in-game. Oh, I missed Glass King. Despite Minimarco being the main villain in ESO, I never understood why Necromancers were so feared in lore when all their minions just crumble in 2 hits. Yeah, I mean... Gameplay and lore are, like, typically not one-to-one. In Elder Scrolls, a big example is the scaling. But like the size scaling of stuff, right? So like the fact that Whiterun is like maybe 30 buildings total is not correct to lore. Ardent Flame and Draconic Power are maxed out on this character. 44 for Earthen Heart. That makes sense. I do want to play around with the skill swapping. I'm actually realizing I don't have a Necromancer on PC, do I? Crazy. But you're on console? I have a, I've got 94 days on Xbox One for ESO, and then I have about 500 or 600 hours on PC. So I'm on PC currently. But this is my second ESO account. You're in Vivek City right now? Hell yeah. Also, if anybody is interested in joining, I do have a guild on ESO. It's called the Garden of Dareloth. It doesn't have that many people in it. It's got actually 4 people in it. But hey. How many of you have overthought which Daedric Prince you'd serve if they were real? I don't know typically like what Daedric Prince I would necessarily serve. But you, same name as on here. Okay, awesome. I think it's funny. All I said in the LaFave stream was, hello, Uncle Sheo. Yeah, dude, I spotted you, man. I spotted you immediately. I saw Jake, and I saw that blue profile picture, and I was like, I know that guy. So, no, that is really funny. Not that I'm, like, stalking you or anything, but... Okay, let's see. Social guilds. Because I can't put this up on Guild Finder until I get a certain amount of people. Soul 777. I do play. It says account not found. I do play with a controller though, even though I'm on PC. Okay, there we go. Oh, busy processing social requests. Please try again in a few seconds. Yeah, it says account not found. Very strange. Anyway, the first quest that I need to do, I will work on getting you invited to the guild. First quest that I need to do, Molag Balls, nice, is I need to do Crypt of Hearts 1, I believe. I could probably play this on Veteran because it's not too difficult. So I'm just going to double queue for those, and we'll wait for a group. There we go. Veteran Dungeon is ready. I think it's 10 members minimum for the Guild Finder. Sounds about right. With guilds, does it need to be the same area server? I'm EU. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure at all. Do you guys know about that hotel in Antalya, where there's a Azura statue and the hotel is named after her? I did not know that. It's pretty cool. Standing next to you and you don't see me. Really? Like you're in Vivek City right now? I know you said that you were in Vivek. We might be in different instances. Like, can you add me? Because my my account name is Dareloth 40. It's one word. So if you send me a friend request, then I can send you a request to the guild. And if anybody wants to friend me on ESO, feel free. I don't get on a ton these days, but... the more the merrier.
If the volcano...
Not the Balgriff voice actor. Oh god, I love Bethesda and their reused spelling. Here, I'll type it down below. Actually, I think I can just open my account, right? Honestly, I think if you do my player character name stays with Sithis, I think that works too, right? Because you can do friends, add friend, character name, or user ID. So you could just do stays with Sithis. Or Dareloth 40. There we go. Friend invite accepted. And then I can do... invite to the Garden of Dareloth. Cute little Argonian. Yeah, thank you. Currently on your vamp. Nice. Do you know Crypt of Hearts 1 very well? How many thieves do we have in the Garden of Dareloth? Well, we have... I think with the person who just added me, which is... Who just added me? I just accepted. Oh, this... Oh, normal dungeon is ready. I'm going to, I'm gonna run this Crypt of Hearts 1 here. Okay. Orange Hyacinth. Hell yeah. I will send invites to people that just friended me. So... Invite. Invite. Busy processing social requests. Love it. You ran Crypt of Hearts so much, your eyes bleed. Yeah, I know. I've done this. I've done so many of the dungeons. Especially the base game dungeons and, like, the Imperial City dungeons. Oh my god, I've done those so many times. It's actually ridiculous. Because I was farming for the leeching set. Like, you can hear I've got the Lord Warden Dusk shield. God, I've spent so many hours of my life farming for leeching. It's not right. You don't have the quest? Yeah, I'm guessing that we did the quest already. I think the NPC will show up at the end of the quest, and then we'll be able to talk to him still. But I don't know. If not, I'll play on a different character. I just wanted to use my tank because tanks find dungeons way easier than anybody else. That's why I switched to my Necro Healer insta-Q. Yeah. No, actually. Worst comes to worst, I can queue for my, my DPS Arcanist that's like level 20. I don't think I've done a single dungeon with her before, so I can just, hop on her, and then if anybody else wants to join in a dungeon group, I mean, we've only got a couple slots, but, like, if anyone's on, I'm down to squad up with a couple people. It's the benefit of ESO is that we can actually make it like kind of a little bit of a group thing. How is ESO as an MMORPG? Last one I played was WoW way back in the day. My brother-in-law gave me the game on disc, but I never tried it out. ESO I think actually is at its strongest as just an MMORPG because there's a lot of people that have problems with, you know, the lore and the story, which I'm among them. But, like, I don't really think that you can fault this game on the MMO aspect of it. I think the MMO aspect is probably its best part. Biggest gripe about ESO dungeons is that I've done a countless number of them, all but still don't know anything about their story. Well, yeah, that is the huge thing about ESO dungeons, is that people just speed through them so quickly, so you don't ever get to really hear the story. Okay. Have you ever played SWTOR? If so, how would you compare it to ESO? I played SWTOR for like 10 minutes at a friend's house one time, but I've never played it myself. The only MMO that I ever really played outside of ESO... Oh.
How many times do I have to tell you not to rewrite an Orionet's texts? It's It's incredibly irritating and insulting.
His books are wrong. All of this is pointless conjecture. You lot should be paying me to fix his work. The incoming classes will benefit greatly from my edits.
Okay, so this is basically what we're looking for is,
By the Empyrean light, the Altmeri do
it's not this interaction, I don't think.
elders.
But yeah, we're basically looking for a dialogue like that later on in the dungeon. Change your weapon? Oh, charge your weapon? Yeah, one sec. We'll get there when we get there. I'm pretty sure this is just some, like, shit tier weapon, but... Let's see. What do I have on? Oh, it's not bad, actually. Okay, so we'll kill the Alambris twins. Oh, chest. Oops. And then we'll do that. I turned the audio off except for dialogue because the purpose of this is for me to record the dialogue that happens. So sorry that there's no sound. We're just gonna have to deal with that for like 5 minutes.
An intruder? So you're the one who's been undoing our work. We will feed you to the Master's mace.
Thankfully, these guys die in like no time in base game when they're not a veteran dungeon. Okay, well listen, I'm going to turn my mic off because they're about to die. Damn, I really thought that that the NPCs showed up regardless, but huh, I guess they don't. Okay, well, that was this guy. Turn the music on again. And I'll turn everything back up. Okay, so I'm gonna have to run this on a different character. Boop. And then I'll log out. I'm gonna log on to my Arcanist. She's only like level 24-ish and doesn't have great stats, but it's an ESO dungeon. We'll get it done. I actually play my Necromancer because I don't know how to play Arcanist. I do know how to play Necromancer. So, do that. Soul Angel, I will invite you to a group. And I will queue us for a dungeon. Oh, do I have Crypt unlocked? Okay, I do. Good. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that is that's like female Manamarco right there. That's right up your lane. Oh, Hannah Harko. That's funny. Oh, we've got the same drip on. I forget what this character is. I think I'm a Magicka DPS. I don't like bringing it up, but man, I miss Legends. Yeah. I do want to make a video centered around Legends, because I never actually made one. I never actually made one when Legends died. I made some before and during, but I never made one post-mortem.
Only the finest wares here.
It's my favorite emote in the game.
I've got what you need.
I like the Staff of Worms. It's nice. Oh, I'm even queued for tank. I wonder why it's taking so long to get this.
No chance to have a look.
Okay, Angel, I promoted you to the group leader. Maybe if you try to find a group, because you're like 1,200 champion points, you'll be able to find one quicker than I can. It might be trying to group us with people. It says we aren't queued. I just took us out of the queue. But maybe if you're in charge of the group, then it'll find people that are higher leveled, because it might be trying to look for people that are like level 23. How's my summer been? It's been good. I moved houses, moved into a new spot, so that's been nice. It seems like the Wi-Fi can actually handle ESO, which is good, because I know we had trouble with that before. But yeah, so it's been pretty good. And I've been trying to get a lot of work done on the YouTube channel. So yeah, that's pretty much what I've been up to. I'm also working at a summer camp. Yeah, that's true. We are also queued for a specific dungeon. If anybody would like to play ESO and queue for Crypt of Hearts 1, that would be very helpful.
Buy and sell, here and now.
Because really, there's one piece of dialogue that I want. Oh, I don't have a Mundus Stone on this character. I think I want this to be a magic, oh yeah, you can join for the dungeon. Here, can you promote me back to the group leader, Soul Angel? Unless, I don't know if I can invite someone to the group. Yeah, I can't invite people to the group. 94 days on ESO is crazy, by the way. Yeah, that's just, it's actually bigger than that. But, that's not counting my, my playtime on PC. That's only console. Oh, do you have the little mini Molag ball? Frisky's Gaming Hub. I won tickets to a concert today from the radio. Never won anything like that. Super excited. That is awesome. Can't find him. Weird. You know what we could do is, if we have 3 of us here, I'm not opposed to running the dungeon, because Crypt of Hearts 1 is really easy. Claimed the capstone reward. You completed a heroic return. You may go back to any previous link before the campaign closes to complete tasks and claim rewards. Okay. But I'm not opposed to just running into Crypt of Hearts 1 and trying to do this. How's it going? Orange Hyacinth. I have a friend who put in 3,000 hours in ESO over an 8-month period. I know people that actually have, like, straight up, like, so much time. Like, 300 some days in ESO, which is crazy. I mean, granted, these are, like, you know, people that are old enough to have that much time, but like, it's wild. Manamargo with a pet rock. Hell yeah. I don't know what pets I have on this character. I don't think that I have that many pets or customizables. Okay, yeah, let's just, I'm gonna rush into Crypt of Hearts 1. I think we'll be okay. How's it going, Hannah? I have 1,200 hours in ESO, but I'll admit a lot of it is idle load screen time. About 600 is probably actually playtime. Yeah, I have 600 on PC, and then I have 94 days on console, which I don't know what that tracks to in hours, but it is a lot. Okay, so Crypt of Hearts is up here. Crypt of Hearts is like down in this corner here. Oh boy. A lot of people in Solstice. 2 people in Rivenspire. I'm gonna need a lift over to Rivenspire if we go there. Heading to it, sweet. Thank you, thank you. Doing well, hope you're well. Been a minute since I caught a stream. Yeah, it's been a while. It has been a while. Oh, we're not queued up with somebody. Okay, my bad. The group changed when we got an extra person. That is my bad. I'll still queue us for Crypt of Hearts 1. But we can head on in. Oh, normal dungeon's ready. Cool. Well, then we'll have 4 people. Know a guy who has like 50,000 hours on ESO? He's a PvP Cyrodiil guild leader. Yeah, PvP was never my thing. I actually remember when ESO was in like year... Okay, cool. I do still have the quest. I'm gonna double check really quickly where I need this dialogue from. Because it's from... Who is this? Shard of Elanwe. Here, real quick, I need to check the UESP. Okay, I'm looking for Feindor's dialogue. Speak to him again after completing the quest. Okay, so I've got to get to the end of the quest, and I've got to talk to this guy. So we're good to keep the audio on for a while. And I will skip everything else that he's saying. Or she. Alright, thank you very much. And we'll get going. Gotta get stream chat pulled back up. Sorry, guys. I probably have around $1,500 to 2,000 hours in ESO, but that's probably because I've been playing on and off since 2015. The dollar sign's not supposed to be there. Okay, gotcha. I was like, $1,000? I've definitely spent a bit of money on ESO, though. Back when I was like 14 or no, I had to be like 15 or 16, and I had a job, but like nothing to use my income on. I bought a couple crown crates back in the day. Reloading UI had a goof, no problem.
My minions
I've got a little bit of sustain. With the 2 DPSs with me, I think we'll be alright, as long as I can keep aggro. Bros, yeah, no big deal. It happens.
Now the dead will rise and consume you!
Crown crates, yikes. Yeah, I know. Not my proudest spend. And it sucks too, because that's all on console, so like you don't even get to see anything that I got from my crown crates anymore. So I play on PC now.
Stop hurting him.
Yeah, time is money.
Do you have a moment?
If you're on the quest, there's something back here you need. Oh.
But I think I may have a more pressing issue.
I wanted to speak to you as well.
I usually just skip through it.
I hear. I'm free. I thank you. I didn't. I was 2 fragments of my soul. Another
Okay,
fragment
yeah.
of my soul.
I'm here for 1 line of dialogue, and that's it. We'll get that done. So how are crown crates any more ethical than gambling? They're really not, honestly.
Why is that?
It's bad. Yeah, we don't need to go down there. These guys. We love gambling, yeah. They're like gambling, but if you can't get anything of value from them, only shame, yeah. Yeah, that's true. At least with real gambling, you can get money. Potentially. Oops, too early. Nightblade tank is brave, by the way. It's fun. It is very fun. It's not like... I mean, obviously, you're going to be a little bit, like, behind the other tanks. Like, you're never going to be as effective as a Dragon Knight tank or something.
Stay your blade.
But Nightblade tank is very fun. I'm a sucker for new outfits, though. All my tunes are divas. I have so many style motifs. Even on PC, like, there's a, this is a relatively new account, all things considered, on PC, with, like, lower time than I have on my other accounts, at least. We can head up here. But, yeah. I still have a lot of motif pages and stuff. But I had a ton of motif pages on console. The console economy, like, if you guys have only ever played on PC, the economy of ESO, I'm talking about, like, the actual gold trades and stuff, there's, like, it's weird to say, but there's so much more inflation on PC than there is on console, because, like, there's just more players. So everything costs so much more. Probably would fall behind in vet trials, but I'm not sure. I've actually never done a trial before. I never had a group to do trials with. My big, like, heyday of playing ESO was before trials were even a thing. Have you tried subclassing yet? No, I've not, actually. I'm kind of interested to do it. But I played ESO... The most intensely I played ESO was from, like, 2015 to 20... okay, I'm going to turn my audio down because this is the part that I need to capture. We're only going to have dialogue playing, so again, I apologize if it sounds weird. But that is the name of the game when capturing footage. So, sound on, music off. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I've not done trials. Game isn't letting me back in. This stupid internal error. That sucks. Oh, you're back in. Okay, good shit.
So you're the one who's been undoing our work. We will feed you to the Master's mace.
Well, welcome back. We are at the final boss. Literally saw protests in Grotwood against inflation is crazy. Haven't played in forever. My only focus was getting furniture for my Sigma Wizard Mushroom Tower. I have a house in Necrom that it came with the Necrom like celebration that they were doing, and it's a really nice house. My favorite one though I had on console, and it was with, I don't know if you guys remember when the oh, what's it called, scrying, the scrying and like archaeology skills were released during the Winterhold, or not Winterhold, sorry, Skyrim stuff. Okay, speak with the Landway's soul. Where's that at? Where's she at? Did I goof something up? I'm gonna have to run it back. Her soul has been shattered and her pieces strewn throughout the crypt. With her soul reformed, she's now free. But why can I not see her? Greymoor, yes, the Greymoor chapter. I had the Antiquarian's house in the Greymoor chapter, and I had that filled with stuff. Hey, Flavius, upgraded membership to Doyen. Thank you very much. That means a lot. Is it through here? Man, we might have to run this dungeon back. That sucks. Love that house. Have it on Xbox. Me too. I also have it on Xbox. She's here. Come back. Okay. I can't see her. Oh, there we go. Okay.
By the Empyrean light! I didn't know Narayaneth had tortured so many of us. That whoreson dog.
Easy, Feindor. He'll pay when the time comes. But we don't want you rushing off to die.
Our
again.
friends killed his Daedric pets. He may come looking for us, and we need to be ready.
Narayaneth's fire wasn't so bad after a time. My anger burned brighter.
Okay, let me double check what I have to say, because I think I have to complete the quest and then talk to this dude again. When you speak to his freed soul at the end of the dungeon, before speaking to Elanway, he will say, Narayaneth's fire wasn't so bad. Speak to him again after completing the quest. Okay, cool. So this is the dialogue that we need. We'll go speak to her. Yep, blah, blah, blah. Alright, I'm going to turn my mic off.
The others have been singing your praises, but with a little more time, I would have gathered the magicka to free myself. In another decade or so, it's hard to concentrate when you're on fire.
Okay, that's the dialogue. Thank you, Crypt of Hearts. That's all I needed. At least from Crypt of Hearts. We're going to do some Mages Guild next. But yeah, literally one line of dialogue from that guy that's available one time. So thank you, Soul Angel. Thank you, Orange Hyacinth. And thank you, I don't know who our other guy was, Tolkien. Thank you, everybody. That was very much appreciated. I didn't realize that would show up. That scared me. Yeah, sorry. What's the new vid on? The new vid is on Magicka in the Elder Scrolls. So we are going to be doing a deep dive into the magic system of the Elder Scrolls and kind of like its connection to well, I guess, you know, for people that are here live, like, I don't mind spoiling a little bit of what the video's on. So basically, what I've come to the conclusion for with Magicka and the Elder Scrolls universe is that it's for any of you who are physics-minded people, energy in our universe can be transmitted from one source to another, right? But it can never be created nor destroyed. So that's essentially what Magicka is. The force of Magicka is something that's not real, though, which is called raw Magicka, or raw energy. But basically, Magicka in this raw form spreads into the Mundus through Aetherius, which is sort of like where energy originates, seemingly. And people in the Elder Scrolls have a natural attunement to Magicka, to this raw energy source through their souls. And it's through this connection to this raw energy that they're able to manipulate that Magicka and turn it into different sources, literally transferring the energy from one thing to another. So it's almost like a scientific explanation for the magic system in Elder Scrolls. So you think about like casting a firebolt or flame spell. You're basically taking raw energy, taking that Magicka energy, and you're transferring it into what I've called mystic energy to spellcast, because that's what they call it in one of the sources. And then that energy can be transferred into thermal energy in the case of fire or something like that. So really, Magicka and spellcasting is just a transfer of energy. So that's a big part of the video that we're going to be talking about. The reason I needed to talk to that guy is because he talks about how his soul could have gained more Magicka over time.
The others have been singing your praises, but with a little more time, I would have gathered the Magicka to free myself. In another decade or so, it's hard to concentrate when you're on fire.
So he's talking about his soul gathering Magicka over decades. So something that's important with the spellcasting and the Elder Scrolls is that your Magicka and your potential can actually grow inside of you as well. So and then there's sort of like a split in your soul, because your soul is made of this raw energy, and that soul can grow through mind and body as well, and this is reflected in gameplay. So like, think about when you level up in Oblivion. You level your skills, you level your destruction a certain amount of times, you go to sleep, and then you can rest on your intelligence, rest on what you've learned with your mind, and then show a reflection of that in your body with your Magicka bar getting bigger. And this is both a reflection of literally your pool of Magicka getting larger, and also your spell effectiveness gets higher with more skill, right? So you learn how to manipulate this energy in more effective manners as you grow as a spellcaster. So that's a lot of what the new video is going to be about. And that's the main lore video that we're going to be doing. And then I've got some supplementary videos that we need to talk to Sheogorath about. Because I'm really going to be talking a lot about, in one of the videos coming up, how Sheogorath has been sort of like turned into a sad joke of his former self, really. And I think a good character to do that on would be Lanyu here. This is my Fire Mage, Dragon Knight. If you could select one additional race to become playable in a future test title, what would you select? A beast race, another Mer? I think that the Malmer could be fun to play as. They're kind of like, I think they're one of the more go-to races that people think of when they think of playable, but like we don't really see a whole lot of them. Are you going to discuss how mages channel this raw energy to cast spells from specific schools of magicka? So that's a good question as well. Basically, schools of magicka are made up. This is another thing that we'll talk about. I think it's section 2 or 3 of the video. Schools of magicka are essentially, I was going to say nonsense. They're not nonsense, but schools of magicka were invented by Vanus Galerian when he founded the Mages Guild after leaving the Psijic Order. Because prior to his founding of the Mages Guild, the general population of Mundus, although they all had this magicka infused in their souls and everything, they weren't necessarily like well learned in spellcasting. The Ayleid Empire, for instance, wouldn't have been teaching civilians how to cast spells, right? When they were around. So, when Vanus left the Psijic Order, he devised a way for students to learn magicka. And he created the different schools of magicka. So we have destruction, restoration, alteration, illusion, thaumaturgy, mysticism, and I always feel like I forget one of these. Conjuration, I think,
What's your opinion?
is what I left out. But
I've never had
you've got 7, 8-ish schools of magicka that are around. Yeah, 7. And he created these. He didn't like there's not a metaphysical rule, right, that destruction magic is these spells. Because if you think about spell casting, think about spell crafting in Oblivion or in Morrowind. You can create a spell that has destruction effects, restoration effects, alteration effects. You could create a spell with an effect from all 7 schools of magicka if you wanted to. And what would you classify that spell as? It wouldn't fall in any category because it would be equal parts all schools. So schools of magicka don't really mean anything. They're helpful for educating people in casting spells and helping to like focus your learning on a particular type of spell. But at the end of the day, there's nothing that like is set in stone. This is a destruction spell. Because you think about something like Absorb Health, right? Absorb Health is a restoration spell, air quotes, but you're doing damage with it, so it could be a destruction spell. Illusion and Alteration have some back and forth as well. This is why you see Paralysis or Paralyze be an illusion in one game and then an alteration in the other. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter where Paralysis is because all magicka and all spellcasting is just a form of energy transfer, and it is through your own willpower that you actually shape these spells. So there's different types of effects that you can learn with your mind and then channel through your body, is basically how spellcasting works in Elder Scrolls. And honestly, like this video, I don't know if it's going to do like crazy numbers or anything, but I've had a ton of fun researching for this video because it's like, I was fully expecting to go into researching for this video and be like completely disappointed and not have anything to take away from it. But there's actually like really interesting stuff going on with the schools of magic and with magic in general. Like another good debate is necromancy, right? Why is necromancy not a school of magic? Well, just to showcase that schools of magic are made up, Vanus Galerian said no. That's why necromancy is not a school of magic, but it easily could be. It could be the 8th school of magic. It's just that the Mages Guild doesn't permit necromancy. So then we find necromancy spells sort of spliced in to different skill trees, mostly conjuration with like raising zombies and summoning ghosts. But again, I'll even go back to Absorb Health. Absorb Health or Cure Wounds or any of those kind of spells, those could easily be classified as necromancy in a sense because you're tampering with life and death. So you really could just have necromancy and restoration be one school called health magic. So again, all these schools are interchangeable. They don't really matter. at the end of the day, except for us as players to be able to create a build for our character, and for people in universe as well, you know, to be able to focus their spell crafting in a very particular way. But yeah, with that said, we're going to start the Mage's Guild. And we need to go... Actually, we are in the spot to do that. So do you think Vanus is the most influential mage in tests, or is there another contender for that spot like Zurin, Arctis, or Shalador? So, Vanus, I would say, largely is the most influential mage. Another one that you could say is Sotha Sil. A lot of people forget that Sotha Sil is like a wizard, basically. He's not just a god, he's also a very prolific wizard and sorcerer, and he's an honorary member of the Sigic Order. So he definitely counts as well among that list. But Vanus, in broad terms, there's a mages guild in like every single province of Tamriel. So I would say that he has the most spanning the most spanning influence out of any of the mages. I think Zurin Arctis is also really influential, but it's more because of what Tiber did from Zurin's interaction with him. And then Shalador was obviously a super powerful mage, but I don't think that he means as much to people in the modern day as he would have like in his prime. Like if you were in 4th Era 201 in Skyrim and you were talking, well, maybe in Skyrim's not a great example because they'd probably know Shalador a little bit better, but like if you're talking about people in, let's say, Hammerfell, and you walk up to him in the 4th Era and you're like, blah, 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 something, something, Shalador, I feel like the chances of people knowing who Shalador is are lower than someone knowing who Vanus Galarian is. Be like, you know, the influence is just like more of a popular figure. Can you do a vid on the test time travel? There's a public dungeon in ESO Blackreach with a time travel plot. Also, the Darien Meridian Night plot from the Mage's Quest. We're getting into some good questions here, actually. Where do the spells that conjure ghosts and stuff get their ghost from? Does it pull the Soul Cairn or something like that? So ghosts, I don't know. I didn't look into that specifically for this video. That might be like its own topic entirely. But the way that necromancy has been portrayed in the Elder Scrolls has changed over time, because the technology got better. So previously in Oblivion, when you summoned a zombie, you would just summon it out of like, you guys remember the purple portal that would just show up and a zombie would drop out of it, basically? That's a gameplay feature, I think, personally. But in all kind of necromancy artwork that you see, it's more the Skyrim interpretation where you need an already dead corpse in front of you and then you raise that corpse up from the ground. So summoning ghosts, I feel like they come from, I mean, they've got to come from somewhere, obviously. I don't think it would be from the Soul Cairn, because the Soul Cairn is, in terms of Daedric Realms, a relatively, like, newer thing. In the grand scheme of things, it's newer, air quotes, like. So, I don't know, that's an interesting thing to look into. Maybe I'll have to add something like that. Let's see. So I would love to touch on time travel at some point. That would be an interesting thing to do. What baffles me is how Imperial battle mages cast water-breathing spells on the entire Imperial army. Oh my god. On the entire Imperial army when they invaded Morrowind by sea. Yeah, I think that like mass area of effect spells should be more of a thing. I think that like Skyrim majorly goofed up the magic system for people, where like the meta build in Skyrim is using either stealth archery or using like a sword and shield type thing to max out your damage, because like your weapons can always do more damage than spells at a maximum in Skyrim. That's just the way the game is balanced. If you mess around with like enchanting and alchemy, you can get your weapon damage much higher than you can ever get your destruction damage. So, yeah, I would like to see the magic system done better in the next game, because I think that magic is fun in Skyrim. It's just not the best. It's not that great. Dareloth, don't be silly. Magic isn't real. Yeah, thank you, Lorcan. You would know best. So Glass King. what is tonal architecture then? Is that a form of magic usage? I would say tonal magic is a form of magic usage, but it might not draw from your magicka source, if that makes sense. Similarly, think about the Thu'um, or think about shouting, whatever you want to call it. Shouting is obviously magic, correct? But shouting is not pulling from your magicka bar. Shouting is a verbal spell. So in the video as well, I talk about different types of spell casting, and I would say 99%, 97% of spell casting in the Elder Scrolls is what we would call somatic. S-O-M-A-T-I-C. D&D players will be familiar with this term. Somatic casting is using hand gestures and your body to cast spells. Verbal would be the other kind of spell casting, and that would fall under, I believe, tonal architecture, because it's not necessarily a words that are coming out of your mouth, but it's sound. It's an entirely different way to cast spells than from drawing on your magicka bar. Same thing with the Thu'um. The Thu'um is not drawing from your magicka. It's more reciting an incantation to produce an effect. And a lot of those spells within the Thu'um don't just have one type of magicka or magic associated with them. Like, you couldn't have the schools of magic be conjuration, destruction, alteration, illusion, whatever, and then shouting as another school, because that wouldn't make sense, because shouting is not a it's not a style of spell, it's a style of spell casting. You have tons of various different ways that the Thu'um can be utilized. You can summon storms, you can conjure fire, you can resurrect the dead, you can bend will. You know, you right there, you have a necromancy spell, you have a destruction spell, you have a I'm trying to remember all the ones that I did. I don't even know what you would call storm calling. That one's up in the air. And then you have God, what all spells did I say? Bend will, like illusion or alteration. You've got different spell types that fall under the category of the Thu'um. So, yeah. Let's see. Maybe it's a similar thing with Daedra, where you bind them from Aetherius or Oblivion? Perhaps, yeah. I remember Phineas Gester saying, like, don't summon undead on college grounds, so summoning undead may be a thing, College of Winterhold and Skyrim, but the question remains, where are they summoned from? Yeah, that's a good point, too. Again, the way that conjuration is interpreted in Skyrim is that you need a corpse to use. But, like, even on this, oh, I'm not on my Necromancer anymore. But even on, like, the Necromancer in this game, you're drawing from dead bodies on the ground most of the time to gain your resources back. So I think it's just more of a matter of interpretation based on what game you're playing. Because it's not like with the Atronachs, we know that there's a specific realm that the Atronachs come from. They come from a realm called Infernus for the Flame Atronachs. And that's like, they're pulled from here. Boom. Got it. Where are zombies pulled from? I don't know, where they would just be popping out of thin air from, but the most reliable place that you could find a zombie is the graveyard, is what I would say. Go to the cemetery and you'll find some. Or a battlefield or something. I found it hard to square that all the schools of magic as being arbitrary, while there are other types of magic like the Thu'um, but that actually makes sense. Yeah, see, I think that really, like, there's the manipulation of energy, and that's one type of spellcasting. And then there's like tonal architecture, there's the Thu'um, and then there's different other things, like there's hist magic, which is a very specific thing. I don't know if that would require magicka necessarily, but it's based more on the hist and communion with them than anything else. What about mysticism, though? Is the mysticism skill still a learning construct, while the Psijic mysticism is different? Yes, exactly. Exactly. So, Psijic mysticism is totally different from mysticism that Vanis Galerian came up with. Psijic mysticism, I believe, it's my interpretation, that Psijic mysticism, because Psijic mysticism is called the old way, air quotes. The old way with the Psijics is both a reference to the Psijic religion and the practice of mysticism. I think that the old way represents that mysticism is how the Psijics used to interpret just all magicka. I don't have my sources here with me right now, but there's a thing that talks about how mysticism magic basically involves manipulation of some kind of energy. It involves paradoxes, and it involves something else. I forget exactly again, but the way that the mysticism was described, I think, is broad enough that it could interpret all of magic, actually. And so I think that when the Psijics refer to mysticism, they're just referring to the practice of spellcrafting. And Vanis Galarian was like, this is complicated as shit. I'm going to go to the mainland, and I'm going to codify everything into columns that make sense. You mentioned something about mysteries in Mana Marco's video too, so that fits, I suppose? Yeah, exactly. Maybe you're stealing some other Necromancer zombie. Yeah, maybe. So how does one improve your ability to cast magic? So it's through study. It's through study and practice. There's a book called Breathing Water, which is really cool. It's a book basically about about spellcasting, about learning the water breathing spell. And it's a mentor teaching a student about how to do the spell. And there's a really insightful line in there where it basically says, like, it's not only it's not about just knowing how to cast the spell, but it's also about knowing why you're casting the spell, and, like, you know, your skill grows as a spellcaster. Like, there's mention that novice spellcasters have a lower magicka pool than other mages that have been experienced for a while, and that their reserves don't come back as quickly. And this is a reflection, again, in gameplay. When you start out as a low-level player, like a level 1, your magicka bar doesn't recover that quick. If you're the Atronach, it doesn't recover at all, but it typically doesn't recover that quickly. But when you level up your willpower, when you level up your intelligence, your character is actually, it's being reflected that your character has literally rested and meditated on what they've learned, and they wake up as a stronger character. So how does one improve their ability to cast magic? By learning and through practice. This is like one of the few instances where Elder Scrolls gameplay can actually help us understand more about the magic system. I always thought that it was like other conjuration spells, and it forced a Daedra into the body, like when you conjure a weapon, but just my thinking. From what I understand about necromancy, like summoned skeletons, for example, have, I mentioned that the soul is split into two parts. So the soul is split into the animus, which is the mind, and the body. When you summon back a skeleton or something like that, there's a book, it's called Souls Black and White, and it explains this very thing. I'll write it in chat. Souls Black and White. Something like that. There's a when you summon a skeleton, right? You're basically summoning the body part of the soul. You're not summoning the animus. A summoned skeleton doesn't think. It doesn't really act in any meaningful way with will. It's just a slave that you have begun to operate through necromancy, and then you can tell it what to do. Doesn't really think on its own. So I don't think that it would be a Daedra inhabiting a body. I do really like that idea, though. I think that's cool. If you'd like, I could recommend in-lore books on magic. I have a library in my Markarth home in Skyrim. Sweet. Yeah, no, the script is written for the Magicka video, which is why, and I actually just finished it like yesterday, so that's why a lot of this stuff is still fresh in my head, so it's a good time to be talking about it. Maybe it's like a muscle. You have to use magic to allow yourself to gain more potential with it. And sure, some may have a natural talent, but the genes and lore, or the games and lore, do support that it takes hard work. Yes. Anybody, so like Altmer, have a higher natural aptitude for spellcasting because their souls just generally grant them more magicka than the other races. That's just a fact of gameplay about the Altmer. They have a higher magicka pool than the other races. Does that mean that every Altmer is going to be a spellcaster? Or does that mean that every Altmer is going to outclass every Nord when it comes to spellcasting? No. A Nord can spellcast just as well as a High Elf, a Dunmer, a Bosmer, or a Brett. It just takes hard work and practice. And even if you start at a lower floor, like if you're starting as a Nord, can we say that the Altmary souls are more attuned to the Elnifey? Yes, exactly. I have that in my script too, because it supports. I have a brief mention that is in support of the fact that the Altmer are more connected to their ancestors, right? I mean, it's kind of like what I'll always say about the Altmer is that they have no right to act as supremacists or anything like this, but like I understand where the mentality comes from, that they think that they're closer to the gods because they're like the first race on Tamriel. They have these higher magicka attuned souls. You know, it makes sense where their misguided thinking stems from. Just because they're better doesn't mean they're better. Right, yeah. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, no, that's exactly kind of my thought process. Meep Morp, are you trying to say Azidal? Azidal, I mentioned him for just like a brief second in the discussion that I have about enchanting. So, the original practice of enchanting was sort of like made mainstream by the Dareni clan, but then you look at Azidal in Solstheim, and it's like, this guy was around way before the Dareni clan. And think about how many other enchanters there might be throughout the Elder Scrolls that we just don't know about, that are buried in some crypt. Like, the genesis of enchanting, the only thing that we know really about enchanting, and this is even from an out-of-game source, but it seems to be kind of confirmed by lore in-game, is that Molag Bal supposedly made the first soul gems. That's all that we really know about the practice of enchanting. And there seem to be soul gems like everywhere in these ancient Nord tombs. In Azidal's crypt, there's soul gems in there, right? So soul gems, I think, kind of have to have been around in order for enchanting to be around. And yeah, Azidal seems to be the earliest enchanter in history, but we don't know. I mean, there could be another one buried somewhere too. It's kind of like my Mirak debate, where is Mirak the first Dragonborn? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know because we don't have enough information. It's fun to dunk on the Altmer, but think for a second about how terrifying, truly dedicated an ancient wizard in Somerset might be. Oh yeah, the Altmer, like, I mean, the fact that they can just live for so long is so interesting in and of itself too. But a novice Nord wizard will be better at magic than an Altmer who never learned a spell. Yes, I think so too. Basically, like, I showed a screenshot, or I'm planning on, I have it written in the script to do this, to show a screenshot of that one, if you guys know him, the one Altmer in the Imperial Legion in Skyrim. You can talk to him about the Knight of Green Fire. He's in a camp in, like, Riften or something. You can talk to this dude. He's just an Imperial soldier. Like, he works in the Imperial Army. He's an Altmer, but he just is, like, he's in an Imperial armor set. The dude is not a spellcrafter, or spellcaster. Or either. Vassendil, I think. Yeah. He's just a guy. Like, this is something that's lost on a lot of people. Like, your race does not determine everything about you in the Elder Scrolls. And the writers have made this very clear. Like, there's obvious racism and stereotypes in the Elder Scrolls and everything like that, but I think the writers have made it very clear that whatever your background, whatever your race, whatever your creed, you can do whatever the hell you want. So, yeah, there's an Altmer guy that's just in the Imperial Army. What of it? He's just a dude. Not a spellcaster at all. Any Nord in the College of Winterhold would know more about magic than this guy, just by taking a few classes. Because just because you have the potential to do great work, or you have a higher magicka soul than other people, that doesn't mean that you will utilize that magic. Again, magic is a combination of body and soul. So you need to have the natural aptitude within your body, which every single person in Mundus has. Every single person in Mundus has an Anuic connection to Aetherius because of their magicka-based soul. Even the lowliest little rat that you kill has magicka in their soul. It just fills a petty soul gem. But like, yeah, then you need to actually do the work and learn the spells in order to use that magicka pool. Someone mentioned something about alchemy. Glass King. So should I ask, is alchemy magic? It's usually categorized as a magical trade, and potions can mimic effects of magic like water breathing. So yes, alchemy is magic. Basically, there's 3 types of magic on Tamriel. There's spell casting, there's enchanting, and there's alchemy. I believe those would be the only things that I would really say are forms of magic that one can utilize. The Altmer who are not just gifted but put in the work to master all the possible magic they can, that would be a fun character to meet. Yeah, I'd like to meet actually some like cool Altmer for once, because we're severely lacking in cool Altmer, and I'm sure that they're out there. I always think if they had a Thalmor character that was like
we have much to discuss.
who's the guy that Christoph Waltz plays in Inglourious Bastards. Like, the Thalmor are obviously Nazis. Let's not even like confuse that fact. The Thalmor are just Nazis. But if they'd had a character that was like Christoph Waltz ish, it might have made it at least a little bit more fun to interact with them. Like, all the Altmer in Skyrim are like kind of just bleh. A lot of the NPCs in Skyrim are just bleh, to be honest with you. We know that enchanting an item with several enchantments was easier in the past, and now only a true master of enchanting can apply 2 enchantments to an item. Yeah. So do ingredients have a lot of magicka in them? I wouldn't say that they have like a ton of magicka in them, but every item, it's called the 4 virtues. So every alchemical item, most every alchemical item has something called the 4 virtues in them, and they're basically 4 alchemical properties that can be drawn out of any single source. And if you think about a lot of magical ingredients, they're all from like living based sources, which makes sense why they would have some spellcasting ability to them, because again, if everything has a soul in the Elder Scrolls, then you'd expect that that soul to be reflected in the sort of remnants of that. Like if you turn wheat into bread, maybe there's some aspect of that soul of that plant that's been left behind. If you turn, a saber-toothed tiger, you take its eyeball out and you try to make a potion with that, it's part of a creature that used to have a soul. So it makes sense that there would be magical properties to all of this different stuff. If everyone has the potential to learn magic/spells, do you think it's more prevalent among so-called normal people, or would it still be gatekeep knowledge? It was gatekept knowledge by the Psijic Order way back before Vanus Galarian's time, but when Vanus spread the Mages Guild around Tamriel, he also, as a byproduct of that, spread the knowledge of magicka around the planet as well. Also, keep in mind that every single character in Elder Scrolls V starts off with the flame spell and the healing spell. So it seems that most characters, if we're meant to take this as like legit lore, most characters have a natural aptitude for magic and might know or learn how to cast a couple spells. Like if I were world building, if I were world building for Tess, if I were a writer, I might include something that in primary schools it's taught in like 5th grade how to cast a healing spell.
What have you heard?
Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me, that guy talking. I thought that was someone like in my room, dude. That was so weird. That was like, ugh, I was not expecting that guy to talk. But I would expect it that like in primary school or secondary, you would potentially learn how to cast a healing spell or a flame spell in order to like defend yourself or something like that. College of Winterhold quest lines should have a plot twist where Ancano allies with you to stop the world-ending threat. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Like, he's a bad guy but doesn't want the world to end. Yeah, like Ancano being a kind of multi-leveled character instead of just a mustache-twirling villain. That'd be nice. I'd like that. How's it going, Mental Reaper? Early for once, and I'm taking my holiday so I can relax with my teacher partner. And I've been spending it world building for my little game project. Nice. We're gonna load a different character because I don't think I can do the Mage's Guild on this character. We'll do Radahn. To support the idea that flames... Oh, but in Morrowind you only start with spells if you have a high skill in a specific school. I think Skyrim specifically is more of get that if you want to play a mage. Yeah. I think that, like, I like the idea a lot that everybody has the inherent magical ability or learns it or something like that. Foods and ingredients have certain qualities that we use science to discern. Oranges provide vitamin C, spinach has iron in it, and our bodies need these things. So ingredients unknown might be that and more. Yeah, potentially. And I mean, carrots even do, like, Night Eye in Oblivion, I believe. So, that makes sense. I was planning a D&D campaign and had the idea of giving most commoners a magical, in a magical society, some form of a cantrip or so. Yeah. I think that'd be safe. Radahn, that's a familiar name, eh? Yep. It's after my boy. I always saw Elder Scrolls as a very high magic world, like anyone can learn it. Yeah, I think that I would think the same as well. I think it's not represented very well in Skyrim, but I do think that the Elder Scrolls is a very high... It's meant to be a high fantasy world, and then Skyrim is sort of like the Game of Thrones entry into the series, but... Yeah. Okay, so Mage's Guild. We need to go... this way? We'll go back. Oh! No, I was in the right spot. I believe I was in the right spot. Go back and start the Mage's Guild. My controller has a little bit of stick drift, so if you see the analog stick going all over the place, that's what we're doing. Are you guys Team Ebonheart Pact, Team Aldmeri Dominion, or Team why can't I think Daggerfall Covenant? What's your guys' favorite? But this guy's not the Mage's Guild quest. How do you start the Mage's Guild now? I thought you just walked in here and talked to that girl that's like sitting down over on the right. This guy has a totally different quest.
Stranger.
I thought you talked to this girl in the chair.
Good to see you, Sarah. The tribunal priests have been... We provide...
Oh.
We are new... We provide training in unique spell...
Wait, what? I can't join, though.
There must be only...
Huh.
Good to see you, Sarah. We provide... We are
Weird.
neutral...
Remember one guy who said that the Elder Scrolls was low fantasy because the Nords hated magic and didn't use it. The Nords hating magic is such a Skyrim player take. Thought you didn't care for ESO. No, a lot of people think that. I do like ESO. I think, specifically, I think the Gold Road chapter and Necrom are dog shit. And I will say that till the day I die. Those chapters are so bad. But I think that ESO is broadly a good game. think I'm an Ebonheart boy. Not a big fan of the faction stuff in ESO. I was like, so like Warcraft. Yeah. High Isle too. I have not played High Isle. High Isle is now. High Isle and Greymoor are the two chapters that I've never, that I've never completed. But I've done everything else. I watched you play Necrom and Gold Road, and I was like, wow, this is singularly bad. They were both terrible. I really could not get over how bad Gold Road was. Like, I thought Necrom was shit, and then we got to Gold Road, and I really was, like, taken aback by that. That was incredibly bad. So, I know, like, I don't know. I have noticed I've been building a reputation as someone who does not like ESO, and it's like, I don't like parts of it, but I also like parts of it. Okay. I don't know why I can't join the Mages Guild, so I'm gonna look this up. I miss knowing everything about this game back when it was like 2014. How to join. Yeah. Head to the Mages Guild in Davin's Watch. When you enter through the main door, Rudrasa will be seated at the top of the stairs. Ask her about the Mages Guild and she will tell you. Is there a prereq for this? Or have I done this already? Maybe I joined already and I'm like heavily confused. Oh, I have the Mages Guild skill tree. Oh, I guess I joined already. Okay. Not bad. So then the next quest is... Sorry, guys. I've got, like, so many different characters. I forget what I've done on all of them. But then the next quest would be going to the Dwemer Ruins right over here. Right? That's... Let me check my quests. I don't have a quest, though. Oh, wait, okay. Alright. Hold on. I'm gonna reload my last character. 1450 crowns to spend on crown crates. Yeah. True. I've never played ESO, but would get into it to see the other provinces' mainline games don't show. Can you do that in this, or is it strictly linear? Yeah, they opened up the game a couple of years ago, so you can do pretty much anything. Yeah, I'll play on her. Yeah, Mage's Guild starts from your faction. That's why I'm confused, though, that I don't have it on her. Because she is Ebonheart Pact. Because on PC, I don't have... Yeah, on PC, I don't have the Imperial Edition. So we should be starting in Davin's Watch. Maybe it's a different Mages Guild we have to go to now? But yeah, Sam speaks. There are so many different provinces you can go to. You can go to every province. There's a big section of Hammerfell that's not added in the game. And the middle of Skyrim is not added yet, and then some portions of this Cyrodiil, Morrowind area, kind of like I don't know if the Velothi Mountains come down all this way, but kind of this area. And then the northern Telvanni Peninsula. Solstheim has not been added, and a ton of Black Marsh is still out of the game. So, other than that, there's tons of stuff. Join the Mages Guild on Vardenfell was simple enough. Off-topic question: are you team Sisey are a race of men, or Sisey are a beast race with serpentine tails and such? I, for the longest time, thought that Sisey were actual literal serpents without legs that slithered around like a snake. And I think that that interpretation is so much cooler than it just being the Akaviri men that we see ghosts of in Oblivion. So I would very much like for Sisey to be literal snake people, but we can't always get what we want. Which quest are you wanting to start? Because they are started in slightly different areas and you need to be a faction rank equal to the quest number. No. What? Quest 1 needs Mages Guild rank 1. No, it does not. That's not true. Did they change it to be like that? That's insane. You have to find all those books just to do the Mages Guild now? Oh my god, that's awful. Okay, hold on. I know the Dark Brotherhood used to be like that, and then they changed it, because that was so terrible. Let's try my main, because I think he's... Sorry you had to find out this way? But it was not like that in the base game. It was level dependent. I remember back when ESO was like regular leveling, you just had to be level... Because there's what, like 5 or 10 quests? So there's like... It was every 5 levels you could do one of the main quests, and I think the Mages Guild would unlock at that point too. I don't know. Either way, we are level 7 in the Mages Guild. Yeah, we'll see. So, weird Daggerfall Covenant on this guy. I'll try it. What do you think the Nerevarine went to do in Akavir? I think they just needed to write him out of the games. Honestly, I don't think there was a plan with what the Nerevarine is doing in Akavir. It's honestly one of the laziest, write-outs that they've done.
Over here, we have much to discuss, you and I.
I don't want to talk to Vanis. Dude, how do you join the Mages Guild in 2025 in this game, man? Let me go to my achievement library. Quests. Is it exploration?
Prices have never been better.
Guilds. Oh, I already finished the Mages Guild on this character. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, so hold on. It's not equal to rank in Mages Guild, though, because I'm level 7 in the Mages Guild, and I've finished the Mages Guild series of quests, so that can't be true. I don't know what it changed, but it's annoying. Level 7 can do all Mages Guild quests, then? It cannot be attached to level. That is psychotic for them to do that. Ugh. That's actually insane if they made that decision. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna go on a book hunt. Sorry, boys and girls. We're level 2 in the Mages Guild up, so we should have the second quest available. Which would be in... Let me check what this character's done. Achievements, character. Oh, it's not going to show me because it's going to show me Barragrox. Okay. I swear it's level based, it's not skill tree based. Michael Zenke and I are going to have a huge discussion. I know he's the lore master, but I don't know who's in charge of balancing. Because, yeah, okay, I would have... No. I know this Mages Guild quest so well, because I've done this so many times on console. The first quest, you get it from here, and you go over here. The first Mages Guild dungeon is right here. It's right here. I can tell you, it's a Dwemer ruin, and you go in there and you find Shalador. I've done this quest so many times. I'll go over there right now just to prove that it's there. And if I am in the Mages Guild already, why can I not find the quest again? You need 400 books for rank 5, and that means you need 80 lore books. Good luck. There's a book at the camp outside the city. I know where a couple books are. I know where a couple of them are. I don't think this is how the mechanic works. If they change this to be like this, like, I'm in denial right now. There's a book, see? But, yeah, it's crazy. The Inner Sea Armature. This is where I used to go grind for Dwemer motifs. There's a book over here at Stillwater's camp, I know that much. I've also run Stonefalls a ton. I didn't tell earlier, but I was Team Ebonheart Pact when I used to play this game. So Stonefalls is like probably my most explored zone out of anywhere. I'm looking into this though. I'm gonna go to Ebonheart and see if there's something there in the Mages Guild there, because I don't trust this. I'm not seeing anywhere that it says that it's equal to reputation. Okay, so we'll go here. Maybe you quit the quest and can get it through the stories tab? This is so odd. Yeah, I don't know why this is happening. Oh, there's a book over there. UESP says as well, but I didn't see it on the UESP though. I looked on there. This is beyond cringe though. Terrible, terrible setback.
Comrade, a word.
Wow. Okay. Well,
Ah, you've arrived. There's much to do.
I know there's a book right about here. In Deshaun. Unless I've already gotten that one. On UESP it says in the prerequisite area above the last quest and next quest. You can send links in YouTube chat. I think.
Buying and selling.
Finest merchandise around.
Oh, I see it. I see it now. That's so fucked up that they would do that. I swear to God, the game used to not be like that. No, I see it now. That is fucked up. Oh my God. Okay. Well, we gotta go collect a ton of books.
I must finish this.
Unless it was always like that and I'm just misremembering, but
Speak to
I
me
swear it used to be
before I turn you
level
on to a
based.
citizen.
Like, player level based. Oh, is there not a book over here? Yeah, there it is. It was the same thing for Dark Brotherhood, but I believe they changed that. Because last time that I played Dark Brotherhood, I didn't have to do any of that. Know these by heart, good lord. 94 days on this game. I got a lot of playtime. Trying to think of some other easy books to snag really quick that I don't have to do much work for. I don't know the DLC zones as well. I may just have to look this up. I think there's one behind a house in Suran. Oh no, there's Seni. There's one in a like garage over here, I think. Have the last laugh, uninstall, and play some Halo. Honestly, swap up to playing Halo on stream, that'd be huge. I really need this dialogue from Shea Agorath, though. That is very upsetting. Why are we hunting for lore books? Because they made it so that way the Mages Guild and ESO is tied to your mage level. And I don't remember that being a thing previously, but maybe it always was. But in order to upgrade your Mages Guild level, you have to collect lore books. How is that the first time I've ever seen lockpicking? I don't know. The lockpicking in this game is kind of fun, actually. A lot of people don't like it, but I think it's fun. Okay, maybe I'm not as good on my lore book knowledge over here as I thought. Yep, okay, I'm gonna pull up a map of where all the books are, and we'll just have a little chit-chat in Stonefalls. It's not the end of the world. I'm really just disappointed because I wanted to get this audio collected, but I don't mind hanging out with you guys. there that many? Okay. So I've got to minimize this. Here, you know what I can do actually is I can make it so you guys can see this too. Image. Call this map. There we go. All right. This is what we're looking for. So, let's get looking. Hi, Dareloth. Ever heard of Sly Cooper? And have you ever considered doing a live stream playing all 3 canon games in a row? Sterling, I can always count on you to come in here and make me laugh with your Sly Cooper isms. You know, if I was able to play Sly Cooper on my PC, maybe one day. I don't think there'd be any interest for that, but honestly, just for you one day. We also need to finish Dark Souls 2 for you. Does a blood look like down the road? Like there-ish? Oh, wait. Okay. I know that I, like, have it pulled up in front of me, but I also remember where one of these books is. So can you change your channel to be predominantly Assassin's Creed 3 based? Yeah. Connor is my favorite assassin in Assassin's Creed. It's a well-known fact about me. I'm just gonna do Assassin's Creed 3 lore for the rest of my life. Okay, well, I believe there's a lore book down here in this, this chasm. Yeah, look at that. There we go. All right. I hear people used to hang out in vampire lairs and massacre vampires to prevent other players from having access to vampirism, but would change people IRL money to turn them... Oh, yeah, yeah, you're talking about vampires in this game. Yes, vampires, I mean, that's like a... It's a weird thing. How vampirism, like, is kind of monetized by some people. Like, I've been nice enough to get vampire bites from people before who are just being nice, but some people really don't want to do that. Dilf Ezio Peak. Just bought AC Revelations again on my computer and I'm so amped to play it again. I really have, like, I've been wanting to play through Assassin's Creed again so badly, and like, if I played through them, I think I would stream them. Maybe on the second channel, I don't know. But, God, I love those games so much. Ezio's a total dilf. Casual work for the newest Mages Guild initiate. Wade through literal lava just to get us this little book. Yeah, it's rough out here. So it's the tomahawk chop your death blow. That's one way to put it, yeah. Heard the new Japanese Assassin's Creed is cheeks. Yeah, most of the new ones are pretty bad from what I've been told. The last one that I played was Odyssey. And that one had Assassin's Creed on the box, but it wasn't an Assassin's Creed game. It was an ancient Greek game, really, more than anything. I wonder if we could, like, actually take this boss. Probably not. Although I don't seem to have a health bar, so, like, maybe that's a good thing. Okay, no, my screen is turning red. Yeah, okay, we died. This is so bad, guys. Okay, I'd imagine if there was a lore book, it was probably up here. So, over by the house. That's the one I just grabbed from the lava. There's one in this delve, that's right. There's one on the ground over there, because I think this is a mine. Check. I liked Odyssey, I just, again, I thought it wasn't an Assassin's Creed game. And Origins was just unnecessary to me, like, pinning an actual origin date to the Assassin's Guild, I feel like kind of defeats the purpose of it. Where it's supposed to be like the Templars and Assassins are like a ongoing struggle of freedom and oppression throughout the years, or freedom and control throughout the years. And like, when you set a start date to that, it makes it so that way you can't make games prior to that point, and that was proved with their very next game being Odyssey, so like you couldn't go back on that claim that the guild was founded in Caesarean Rome or Egypt. But like, I don't know, it just didn't make sense for them to do that. If you wanted to pick a start date, do like way early, like Sumerians. But that probably wouldn't have sold copies because people don't know who the Sumerians are. I also thought that the Isu stuff was cool in that game. Yeah, it was cool. I got a little bit burned out on it by the time that I finished the Elysium DLC. Last one I played was Syndicate, solely because it's the time period I study. I really like Syndicate, actually. I think the gameplay kind of peaked at Syndicate for the old Assassin's Creed style. And then they swapped over to the new, like, Dark Souls-esque dodging mechanic, open world style of games. I think Syndicate was the last real, like, proper Assassin's Creed game.
What do you want?
Setting a game in Egypt and then choosing to set it in its era of decline and subjugation. Yeah, that was definitely a choice. Okay, I got that one already. Looks like there's one in Ebonheart that I can go snag. I personally preferred Revelations as my favorite parkour in combat. Revelations was really fun with the hook blade. Ezio and his hook blade were very fun. So Gilf Ezio, yeah. I do love Ezio. It's a great character. They should add Ezio to Smash. They could have all different types of skins for him. They could have, like, AC1 Ezio pre-assassin, AC2 outfit, AC3 or AC Brotherhood outfit, and then the Revelations outfit. And Gilf Altair, yeah. Altair's like 90 in that, in Revelations. It's crazy. It's fucking ancient. Like, I remember the final mission where you play as him, and you're just walking, like, so slow with the Apple of Eden. Revelations was such a good game. God damn. Now I'm remembering all the, like, sequences. Bro still killed people. Yes, he did. You can't stop a killer no matter how old you are. Okay, honestly, guys, I'm, like, totally guessing where this lore book is. I don't remember this one. I guess I could do some dungeons. There's a lore book on Tempest Island that I could do. Yes, Yusuf was the goat. Oh, dude, he had that cool headband. Everyone needs a Yusuf in their life. The fact that we have genetic memories of something Altair did at 90 means, yeah, kids nearly 100, yeah.
Over here, Initiate.
Wait, someone was talking to me.
Greetings.
Oh, she's for the...
I've got a man.
Yeah, never mind. Ah.
Greetings. I have a message for
Oh.
you from Velast, mistress of Incunabula.
A message for me?
Indeed. She has a task for you. You'll want to speak with her as soon as you can.
Where can I find her?
Velast awaits you at the Guild Hall in Davin's Watch.
Dude.
Along the eastern coast of Stonefalls.
Oh my god.
Of course.
We were in there. Why didn't that have a quest marker? What are we talking about, ESO? Oh god. It says public dungeon quests give Mages Guild XP too. Well, we might have to do some of those. We can probably do a lot of those. Alex Mercer is my favorite assassin. Who's Alex Mercer? Also, Black Flag has the best ship and pirate combat, and underwater exploration with Sony. I would agree. I think Black Flag, I will always say, Black Flag is a super fun game. It's just not what, like, I kind of think the same thing about that I think about, oh, do I have quest markers turned off? Is that why I'm, like, confused? Hold on. Would it be under... Oh. Okay, hold on. Interface. Quest tracker. Oh my god. I turned these off because I was getting screenshots, I think. Compass active quests on. Oh my lord, dude. Okay. Well, that's more helpful to figure out what the hell's going on.
We have much to discuss.
You received my message. Excellent. I appreciate your prompt attention.
What can I do for you?
New members are the lifeblood of the Mages Guild, especially for retrieval missions. I've received word about a possible store of ancient knowledge in a ruin nearby. I'd like you to retrieve it for me.
Where is this?
West of here, on the coast near Ash Mountain,
Okay, yeah.
the inner sea armature.
This is just boring stuff. If you like pirate stuff, you might like Uncharted 4. I am not actually a big pirate guy. Not big into pirates. Do you have the add-on that pings the books? No, I don't have any add-ons. Again, I mean, I've got like 100 days on console. I never used add-ons for that game, so like it's just not... It's not really on my mind to use add-ons ever, or mods, you know? So, I should get that, though. That would make this go a lot quicker. Sky Baby on stream can't play ESO without markers. Yep. Yes, I would not download a car. I'm gonna grab a drink really quick, and then I will be back. Okay, I'm back. We'll head on into the inner sea armature. Alcoholic drink? Yes. I have a Bush Light apple flavor. Which my roommate bought a bunch of, and they're actually pretty good. Never had them before. Recently. Another thing that, like, somebody asked me earlier about something that ESO does better than some of the other games. And I think that, like, honestly, this game does classes really well, and customizing those classes really well. So I am interested to see how the class mixing system works. Yeah, these count as lore books too, right? Don't they? Or no? Could have sworn they did. But like this class here, this is an entirely homebrewed thing that I made out of a bunch of armor sets, some fire abilities, and a dream. It's not like a build that you'll see posted anywhere. It's just like, I wanted to play a fire mage, so I built a mage with a fire staff, and my spammable is this AoE, and it's very fun. Yes, Apple Babble. True public dungeon quests give little mage XP, actually. Maybe not worth our time. Looks like I already got the scroll that was in here too, unless I'm misremembering where that's at. But I know there's a scroll in here. Yeah, it looks like I got it already. What's your other bar built for? I don't even remember. I think it's built for leveling up. I honestly don't remember what a lot of these abilities do on this character, because I don't play them that often, but like... I don't know. The build is fun. It's not really supposed to be for anything except for PvE, so... And PvE content is, like, so ridiculously easy in ESO. But what sets do I have? I know I've got the Sun set from here, from Stonefalls. I've got Grothar for my monster set. I also must have my health bar off. Yeah. Yeah, we're looking at Silks of the Sun and Burning Spellweave. And then Grothar, monster. What if they gave us unlockable sub-races for New Game Plus? Playable base races for the first playthrough, then for future playthroughs you can have Smoke Akaji. That'd be cool. Your build reminds me of my endgame Krieg build from BL2. I would play Morrowind 2 again. I started a playthrough with one of my friends a while back. At this point, actually, like 6-7 months ago, and then he moved, and we just haven't continued it. But I was playing Krieg in that because I've never done a Krieg playthrough actually.
Well done. I am Shalador, young one, and I think you'll do nicely. Return that book to Velost. Tell her fire will show her the words.
Krieg is your favorite? My favorite was always Zero. Yeah, all hail Balgruuf. All Borderlands games have trash reviews at the moment, for a very good reason. Yeah. I mean, what's his name? Randy Pitchford. Just one of the most hated people in the gaming industry. Doesn't do himself any favors ever.
Did you see his new bow? That must have cost him.
Move!
Didn't think I'd be hearing about Satan's name today. We discuss all different types of topics here in the Dareloth chat. It's not just Elder Scrolls, baby. Yeah, Zero the number and also the stealth archer of the game. I actually played Zero my first playthrough. I did the kunai build with him. Like the kunai skill tree. I think that's his blue skill tree. Because I thought the idea of throwing kunai was so cool. Okay. I'll just fast travel there. I'm too lazy. Yeah, Borderlands 3, I think, is the last game that I will ever buy from Gearbox. Like, I bought it, I pre-ordered it, came out in, what, 2019? And, I mean, I had fun with it. The gameplay was phenomenal in BL3, but the story was so god-awful. Made me want to burn my ears out.
Over here! We have much to discuss, you and I.
Will you success? Well done. Cast the book.
We're summoning Archmage Shalador, by the way.
What is the fun? To the center. First, we attune your spirit to Shalador's. Ready. When you're set, use the orb before you.
I knew it. I was right in choosing you. I can sense. Yes, the aura around you glows with good fortune. You will be the one to help me complete my final task.
Why me?
What I hope to accomplish is difficult, perhaps impossible. It will require great strength of spirit. I sense this strength in you. That is what drew us together in the ruins.
What is this task?
A storm rages towards us, Adept. War has come to Tamriel, and the mages of this great guild must have quarter. I intend to offer them a safe haven, a sanctuary where they may study in peace.
How do we create this sanctuary, buddy?
I created that sanctuary centuries ago. It was stolen from me by an agent of chaos and magically transported to the Shivering Isles. To recover the island, we must locate 4 hidden tomes. This is the task of which I speak.
What are these tomes?
They are being held in the place known as Cheesemonger's Hollow. It is a realm of the mad god.
There, you know what? I'm gonna turn my sound off, and we'll just capture that for a second.
I can sense, yes, what I hope. A storm I create. They are being held in the place known as Cheesemonger's Hollow.
Oh wait,
It is a
hold on.
I created that. They are being held in the place known as Cheesemonger's Hollow. It is a realm of the mad god, Sheogorath. Stand by my side, and I will open a portal.
I'll stand with you, Shalador.
Be careful. Sheogorath is not to be taken lightly. I lost the sanctuary because of his nimble tongue and mad stare.
Who is Sheogorath?
He's known as the Daedric Prince of Madness, the Mad God. The Dunmer call him one of their four corners of the House of Troubles, and he's earned the title 1,000-fold.
Am I really going to a place called Cheesemonger's Hollow?
Yes, an example of Sheogorath's humor. There are those that find his madness amusing. I am not one of those people. The mad god would just as soon serve you an aged cheddar as he would flay the skin from your bones. Remember that. Don't take him too lightly. Madness comes in many forms. Sheogorath encompasses them all. He rules the Shivering Isles, but often takes an active interest in our world. That usually doesn't end well.
Yeah, so guys, I'm doing the Mages Guild quest here for Sheogorath dialogue because I'm making a video about the degradation of Sheogorath as a character, and so I'm doing the magic video. That video is going to come out before anything else. I'll release that early for members, and then I'm going to be releasing other videos as well, such as this, kind of a filler video. 8-page video script talking about how Sheogorath has just been turned into a shitty cheese joke, which is not even funny. It's not funny at all, actually. So sort of the history of the character and how he came to this point, and then what we can do to fix it in the future, which is stuff that we've talked about on stream before. But yeah, so that is going to be the next video. And by the way, the word cheese, just in case you were curious, the word cheese appears, oh god, what was it? 17 times in in ESO from Sheogorath's mouth. Shalador obviously just said cheese a couple times there, but yeah, the word cheese singularly shows up 17 times.
Well, what is it? Here for some noble purpose, no doubt. Spell books? How but after a test of your results. Close the portal if you can, though you may want to deal with those scamps first.
Ooh, heavy sack. I'm done with cheese. I was going to increase the number of cheese I replied with every time it is spoken, but that's too much. Yeah, no, it's far too much. It's ridiculous. I don't blame Chick-fil-A for running off. The way that I put it in the video is, like, I don't know how well known it is by people, but Sheogorath is not just the Daedric Prince of Madness, he's also the Daedric Prince of Creativity, and taking the...
Interesting. Well, I suppose.
Taking the Daedric Prince of Creativity and boiling him down to Fork of Horripilation, Wabbajack, cheese. Those are the three things that Sheogorath does now. It's really sad how much they've just killed the character.
That was unexpectedly competent.
He's also the Daedric Prince of Cheese. You know what's funny about that, Sam Speaks? They actually call him the Cheese Prince in a quest in this game. They call him the Cheese Prince. Not just anyone, by the way. They have an avatar of Sanguine calls him the Cheese Prince. It's insane. I've never seen a character so bastardized before.
Right this way.
Ooh, one hand and shield increased to 2. Let's go.
And please, try not to make a mess of things.
Mm-hmm. You know, in the interest of getting Earth and Heart to max level, I think I'm gonna just buy a bunch of these spells. I'll get like Obsidian Shield. I'll put it there. Ash Cloud can go there, and then maybe even my ult could be Earth and Heart as well. Just to get the skill tree up. Can't wait for the video praising the well-handled lore and robust gameplay. You know, I do actually like ESO's gameplay for it being an MMO. I can't lie. The lore is, I think it started off like medium, and then I liked what they did in Vardenfell, and then Somerset it kind of dropped for me a bit. Like I liked Somerset at the time, but Somerset dropped, and it's just been getting worse. It's been getting really bad. Clockwork City was good for the most part. It had very interesting concepts in it, and then I don't know. It just they've done so much stuff that
Look, Pop! Someone to play with you!
Oh. I also, no disrespect to this guy that's voiced Sheogorath in this game, but I just don't like him. I really don't understand why they didn't get Wes Johnson to play him. I do not like this voice for Sheogorath. I think it's pretty bad.
Puppy doesn't like you, does he? Well, well, well. What do we have here?
Real quick, I'm going to make it so chat doesn't appear on screen really quick. And just so that way I have a blank thing of me talking to Sheo. I also have to say, I hate that they just pulled his character model from Skyrim and gave him a slightly different beard, basically, but they didn't do anything unique with his look. Like, he looks distinct in Daggerfall, he looks distinct in Oblivion, he looks distinct in Skyrim. You can clearly look at him and be like, oh, that's the one from this game because he's got this style. But yeah, this one is wearing the same clothes that he's wearing in Skyrim. It's embarrassing. Why does Shale look like a Nord jester? Yeah, good question.
Puppy killer? Come to steal me books? What? Who? Where? What? When? Sometimes why? Speak up! Honesty is the best policy, as far as you know.
It honestly looks worse here. Yeah, it does.
Shalinor? Ho-ho! That pompous Nord and I go way back. I know what he wants. Indeed I do. Ha! His island. He wants to steal it back. How I love a challenge. Now where's the sport in that? I tell you what. I'll give you one book in exchange for your heart or lungs. Your choice. No, wait. I have a better idea. Let's have a contest. A contest wrapped in a mystery with an enigma glaze. Oh, what fun we'll have. A few tasks, the odd death trap. Nothing so difficult as, say, reassembling the Staff of Chaos or rebuilding the Numidium. Take the first book, Puppy Killer, and I'll give you an additional book for each test you pass. Are you game? Excellent! Cheese and cabbage for everyone! But wait. We should inform Shalidorable of our deal. With any luck, he'll die of embarrassment all over again. I can't wait to see the look on his face. If it's precious enough, I might hang it on the wall.
What's the meaning of this? Sheogorath!
You remembered. Ah, Shalador. You never write, you never visit. Just now I made a deal with your lackey here. How long have you wanted those books? Eternity?
Your deals are hardly fair. What farce have you contrived this time?
Think of it as an adventure. Ha! And don't worry, I've got a surprise for you too. I put a tiny curse on these books, just a small one. Long story short, Shal, you can never read these books.
Curse you, mad god!
Boring! Be more imaginative, Shal. Like, curse you, mad god! May you become cheese eternally gnawed by skeevers! Unfortunately, I have no more time for constructive criticism. Do stay in touch.
Yeah. So, sorry, I'm not talking, so that way, you know, I can get the dialogue, but I have things to say. I remember when I was like 15 playing this game for the first time. I could have puked when I saw Sheogorath in this game. It's just terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Curse the mad god. That's true. I'll send you back to
Okay. So I just need to talk to him a bunch more times.
Over here! We have much to discuss, you and I.
You radiate. Tests? Not good. Zarxus' backside. In the meantime, keep
Okay.
an eye out.
Really quick, also, I wish they would tell these characters how to pronounce the names. Like, you can't just be like, hey, go into the booth, I'm going to give you all these weird words. Because she just said Zarxes instead of Xarxes. And I don't blame the voice actress, I blame the voice coaches or whoever sent her in the booth and didn't correct that. Because it's not the voice actress's fault. It's just like, tell her how to say the goddamn line. There's so many lines like that in Elder Scrolls where it's like, does someone just not know?
In the meantime, pardon me, I must begin this translation. These terrifying, isn't he? The will and attention of a child with the power of a Daedric prince. Well, look on the bright side. You're still upright on two legs. You're not inside out or bright purple or afflicted with new angry limbs. It could be worse.
I mean, the voice coach probably doesn't know how to say it. I don't mean like the voice coach. I don't mean like her voice coach. I mean like have somebody from Bethesda there to tell
Your
her.
timing is impeccable.
Oh, to tell her how to say these lines. Because it's not her fault that she says Xarxes. It's just that someone needs to be like, cut. Yeah, Sheogorath is ironically a problem. Yeah.
I'd hoped to find you here, Adept. Velost has finished translating the tome. Once you're ready, join us at the Mages Guild. Speak to Velost when you arrive. I'll be making preparations for your first trial.
It is kind of tragic what happens to Velost, though. I liked her. Yeah, I like her too. I actually think the overarching plot of the Mages Guild is good, from what I remember. That's why I asked in the server the other day. But like, because I knew I was going to have to do this. I like what they did with Sheogorath in the sense of he's being manipulative. I hate what they did, everything personality-wise. They character assassinated my guy in this game. And this is the most recent, long-standing, I should say, interpretation of Sheogorath. The most recent interpretation, I think, is Elder Scrolls Blades Sheogorath. But this one is probably the worst. His dialogue is awful, yeah. Where can I find Velost?
Velost will be expecting you in the Mournhold Guild Hall. I'll see you there, Adept.
Are we getting the Test Blades playthrough? If I can, no, I'm not going to commit to that. Test Blades would be, I'd just be mad the whole time I was playing it, probably. Gorlash is hardly even a character in Blades. Yeah, he doesn't even say cheese. I looked it up. I dug through all of Theodore Gorlash's dialogue. Doesn't say cheese once. So honestly, good on Blades. They had a little bit of restraint. Seems Bethesda Studios is distancing themselves from Wes Johnson, and I don't know why. It's really just with ESO, which is not Bethesda Game Studios. It's ZeniMax Online, and also Wes has been invited to play characters in ESO. For some reason, he was not invited to the game when it first came out, though, and I don't know why.
Stranger, may we speak?
Nope. Again, for anyone who's joining, we're capturing footage.
I just need a moment of time.
And that's why the dialogue is, or that's why all the audio is turned off except for dialogue, because that's the kind of stuff that I'm trying to capture. So, that's all we're doing.
Shalador found you. Good to see you again. Excellent. It's been fascinating to work with Shalador. Even though he can't read the book, he's been an invaluable resource. I had to decipher layers upon layers of meaning hidden within the tome. Yes, speak with the Archmage. He's meditating on the challenges ahead. I'm still somewhat drained from my effort, so he'll open the portals to the Shivering Isles for you. Auriel, watch your steps. I'm very excited about this project. Shalador's sanctuary would be a boon to every mage in Tamriel. Even Guildmaster Vanus approves of our work here.
We could bully Frostbreak into doing it. Honestly, if Frostbreak... Here's my challenge to Frostbreak. If he wanted to play Elder Scrolls Blades, I'd help him in whatever way he needs. But that's a Herculean task.
The brazier is ready. Velost prepared it precisely, according to my instructions, of course. We're having trouble opening a portal directly there, so we created this anchor to help us. Some trickery of Sheogorath's, no doubt. The next time around, I'm sure this won't be an issue.
Yes, I'd be his on-call lore consultant, for sure. With all the lore in Blades. Oh, God. Talking about Blades and lore in the same sentence makes me want to laugh. I do remember when the game had some rough patches when it first came out. At that time, I played on my high school laptop. Yeah. I remember Blades got delayed by a ton from when it was announced. And I finally got it on my phone, and I was excited for Blades. I was super excited for Blades because I thought that Blades was going to be post Skyrim. That was my big thing with that game and why I was excited. And then it's set in like 4th Era 180 or something like that, and it's just so boring. That's what I mean. They know he's integral to the tests community, but they kind of ignore him. He streamed today on LaFave Bros for charity, and they said they didn't like his suggestions on some of the remaster. Really? He's a VA, so I get it, but still. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I did watch a little bit of that live stream, though. You can see me in the comments section. Still mad that Sauce lore writers made Shalador a Mages Guild Archmage. Don't worry about it. It's, yeah, no, it's just stupid. Like, the ESO writers have not known what they've been doing since the dawn of the game. Like I said, this game, like, you really have to take the good with the bad. This is a good MMO with bad Elder Scrolls qualities. Loremaster used to be a job position at Bethesda, but I think other people didn't want to listen to them, so it faded over time. Well, there is a Loremaster currently. It's Michael Zenke right now, unless he's retired. But it was Lawrence Schick, then Lehman Tuttle, then Michael Zenke, I think is the order that it went in. And I do like a lot of Tuttle's writing. He made the Truth and Sequence Star Wars of Elder Scrolls, take the good, leave the bad. Yeah, something like that. My big hope with this game is that we actually do get a codified lore book at the end of it that like tells us what's canon and what's not. Okay, see, now this quest right here I think is actually conceptually really cool. We'll see how many times they say the word cheese, but let's...
Ah, right on time. Welcome back. I was beginning to wonder if you'd ever show up. My lord seems to derive amusement from my annoyance. You are here to retrieve a tome for that Shalidor person, correct? Just a moment, mortal. Lord Sheogorath asks that you perform a task first, to prove your competence. He claims to have misplaced a pair of items you must recover. A fork and a staff. Please do try to be quick. My lord enjoys making me wait, but he's not very patient himself. I've opened a portal for your convenience. It should lead you directly to the fork.
Whoa, fork for revelation. Oh my god, that's so cool. A fork and a staff. I know what those are. Oh my god. Okay, fork and a staff. Got it.
I'd say at your leisure, mortal. But I expect I have more time ahead of me than you do.
Oh my god. I can't wait to relive the same 3 things over and over again. Cheese, fork,
You never forget that smell.
flapjack.
A dragon priest's tomb. Look at the treasures he's collected. Perhaps the fork is here as well.
Yes.
That chest. Perhaps the fork is in there.
What does Shalidor have to say?
You do the guild credit with your bravery and dedication.
You know, it never really did hit me how stupid it is that Shalidor is a Mages Guild archmage. Like, honestly, that is really dumb. I've never given that a whole lot of critical thought.
You dare steal from me, Krith Voth Akrin.
Ah, Kortor's
My
awake.
priests will make quick work of you. Lafti Nuki.
The shadows move, Adept. Watch yourself. Eyes to the sky. Another group.
Okay. This is so, like, it feels really sad without music or sound, you know?
Worthless. No matter. Come, face me yourselves.
There. The ice barrier's down. We can get through.
Right.
Right? Okay, we gotta kill this guy. Can you get it to play for you, but not for OBS? I basically am just going in-game here, and I have all the or everything turned off except dialogue, so that way I can pull these lines.
There you are. The fork is mine. You shall not have it, dear new. Strike now!
Oh my god, it's the Fork of Horripilation, a twin-tined fork made of some kind of base iron material, or metal. Smells lightly of roast beef. That's so funny. Oh my god.
Come, mortal. Let's not waste time, shall we? Now, for the staff. I see you have the fork. Competently done. Impressive, even. Now, for the staff. When last we spoke, my lord recalled the discomfort of desert sand. I believe it lies somewhere within Hammerfell, in the dry and decayed hands of Prince Malil. Prince Malil Alakir, the Sith of Yokuda, a formidable warrior in his day. That was over 1,000 years ago, but still.
Okay, sorry. Talk to Shalador if I must.
As I expected. Another resting place for the dead. Sheogorath has a sick sense of humor. This is the necropolis, Asakala. Observe. What can I tell you, Adept?
Okay, honestly, I thought this quest was the Alliance War one. This quest is bad, but there's a quest after this that I think is pretty good. To get to your point about Shalador from earlier, you said, I only know about Shalador based on collecting his insights for Urag. What is he otherwise known for, and why would he not be a guild archmage? Shalador was born in the first era, and the Mages Guild was not founded until the second era. So, Shalador being an archmage for the guild just feels like an afterthought. Feels like the guild is around at this time. Maybe Sheogor, or maybe Shalador became an archmage or something, but like this dude was a very powerful mage in and of himself. Built, the labyrinth and everything like that too, and it's just weird that he would sign on to be in the Mages Guild and not be like a member of the, let's say, the College of Winterhold or something.
You have the essences. Imbue them into one of the scarab seals.
I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Who dares disturb my slumber?
Good. Now to collect 4 more.
Wasn't he actually against too much public access to Magicka? That I don't know. My Shalad lore is not at 100, I'll say.
The final 4. Imbue them into the other seal.
Imbue them into the other seal.
You'll never best my general.
For such a superstitious, mage-hating people, this place is a work of art.
What do we do about the other 2 statues, Shalador?
Have you observed the sand barriers on those passages in the canyon walls? I suspect the prince's generals may be waiting within. Their essences would no doubt be more than enough to activate the other 2 statues.
His generals? How do you know this?
Very simple, Adept. The seals at the basis of those statues show a scorpion and a spider. Those were the spirit totems claimed by Malil's chief generals, Sadina and Rashomta.
Well, let's go get them then. It has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric. I'd be more okay with it if the title was like Archmage of the College rather than the Guild. Yeah, and he's wearing the Guild robes too, the glass armor,
You're on the right path,
the light armor, glass motif. Also, look at these tomato textures. Like, you got to remember, sometimes this game was made in 2014, so a lot of the stuff is a little outdated. That's not to like fault the game or slight it for that. It's just like a straight up fact. It's a dated game with old textures. I do think a lot of this game looks good though.
You'll never reach Malil.
Sadina's statue should have the scorpion seal at its base.
Something about his voice right now is really like tickling me. Should have Sadina's seal at its base. Was Shalador the mage guy of history who was a Nord? Usually magic white guys are Bretons. No, he was a Nord, yeah. Nords used to be crazy powerful in lore with magic. I mean, like the College of Winterhold is a great example. But Skyrim took the stance that Nords are like dumb and don't know how to cast spells and they don't trust the college. It's crazy. It's the only thing I hear.
For Malil.
Yeah, I do think it's probably like the fact that it's just his voice in the void. This is really making me laugh.
Rashomta's statue will be marked with the spider seal.
He's a good voice actor, but Skyrim makes it hard to take the voice seriously. Yeah, it does. I do like this voice actor a lot, though. This guy, honestly, is like... He's like...
A lucky feat, mortal. The staff is still mine.
He's probably one of the most memorable characters from Skyrim, or, like, voice actors from Skyrim. I love that the voice actor must have been like, so what's the voice that I do for Shalador? And they said, the exact voice you used for Dareloth.
The crystals hum with power. Go to the center. You should find the key to Prince Malil's tomb there.
It's like slightly goofier than Dareloth, but it is very much the exact same thing. It's like more enunciated. Like, go to the tomb of Malil.
You dare open my tomb? Come then, and feel the side's blade.
Everyone loves Balgriff. We love a centrist. We love an undecided centrist.
Insect, you will never hold the staff. Never!
Alright, well, I'm sure that this guy will be a hard fight. You know, I really wonder what kind of staff this could be. There's no way that it's something like... Oh my god! Oh, the Wabbajack! Oh my god, do you guys remember the Wabbajack from Skyrim? Oh my god, a long staff with many faces adorning its tip. Dude, that's so random. Oh my god.
Haskell will be waiting outside. Let's go.
I love that. Wow. So funny. I can't think of the Wabbajack without seeing the Soyjack image. Yeah. That guy pointing backwards.
Another successful retrieval, I see.
Oh my god, do you guys remember Haskell from the Shivering Isles? Oh my god. Yeah, here's the staff, Haskell.
Very well, then. I have instructions to have you return to the Isles. My lord would have a word with you.
Okay, over under on how many times he's gonna say cheese. Because I'm pretty sure he says it here. Again, he says cheese 17 times. There are 5 quests. He says cheese 17 times throughout these quests. So, I don't know how many times he's going to say it here when we talk to him, but... Timu Haskell, yeah. Honestly, my biggest fear...
Right on time. Welcome back.
My biggest fear with Oblivion Remastered was that they were going to change out Haskell's voice actor.
Look, Haskell! Farkey's back! Oh, it's so nice to see him again! Oh, good to see you too, mortal, I guess. Wonderful! I'll just take... Forky. Oh, I've missed you so much, Forky. Let's never be partied again. Oh, gives me goosebumps just to hold him in me hand again.
Tristan, I like what you said there. This is a corner of the House of Troubles, and he has felt harmless since Oblivion. That's perfect. I might use that in my video. But no, that's so true. Like, he should be at least a little intimidating. And this guy, I just don't get that from him at all. Like, I don't think that Sheogorath, he's friendly to the Dragonborn in Skyrim, but he's definitely still a bit more intense. But to the Hero of Kavach, honestly, like, Sheogorath is a straight up dick to the hero of Kvatch the whole time. He's like yelling at you. Do you guys remember that part in the Shivering Isles where you say, "What do you ask of me, my lord?" And then Sheogorath screams at you and he goes, "Ask? Ask? I don't ask. I tell. My realm, my rules." Like, I don't want to yell too loud because I don't want to peak the mic, but he screams at you. He's like fucking mad at you. He's a maniac in Oblivion. And the relationship that you have with Sheogorath in Oblivion is he's your boss. He's not your friend. You are a means to an end for Sheogorath to end the Grey March. You're not like his buddy or anything. And when you talk to him in Skyrim, I think that like he has a bad reputation for his Skyrim quest by a lot of Oblivion fans, but I actually do think Skyrim was still a good interpretation of him because he like is still very much talking to you in a similar way. It's just, I don't know. He's a little bit more friendly in the quest that he's in, specifically because it's only one quest you talk to him in. But he still threatens to kill you on multiple occasions, like the skip rope with your entrails type thing. But yeah, I don't think that him being nicer in Skyrim is a problem. It's just that like the writers going forward for ESO have taken that more friendly demeanor with him, and they've just been like, oh, Sheogorath is like the funny side NPC that shows up, causes mischief, and then leaves. And that's so not what this character is. Let me read up on chat. How's it going, Lizard? Also, I did not see that you were the one who said Timu Haskell. Made me laugh. It's been so long since I saw this quest. Oh my gosh, my boy Sheo is so flanderized. Yeah, they killed him. They really did. That's going to be the next video. So we're going to be talking about the bastardization of Sheogorath. I'll give it... I think the name that I'm going to give it is... what did I write down? Let's see. I have, like, workshop names that I do before I create the title of the video. So, oh, I called the video The Funny Cheese Man, The Degradation of Sheogorath. So the script is written. Okay, let's see. So, the way you say that makes me irritated with the people who wrote him. Yeah. People can always explain away Sheogorath's nicer side by saying, oh, it's just the hero of Kvatch coming through. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. In Oblivion, they still remembered that Sheo is the mad god. He's supposed to be unstable and inconsistent and terrifying. Skyrim Quest was just too short to get a full picture. Yeah, and also, Sheogorath, like I said earlier to some people, Sheogorath is not only the Daedric Prince of Madness, but he's the Daedric Prince of Creativity. And you really see, like, I think that his dialogue in Oblivion is so good consistently. Because you see that stream of consciousness type thinking where it's like he's trying to be creative or thinking of something in the moment. He plays around with his words a lot. What's he say that I'm trying to think of here? Oh, the clowns part where he's like talking about the ways that he tried to defeat Sheogorath, and he's like, or tried to defeat Jiggalag in the past, and he's like, one time I filled a pit with clowns. Or was it clouds? I can never get that one right. And then he thinks about it for a little bit, and then he comes back later, and he's like, the pit smelled so bad. Ah, must have been the clowns. It's like looping back to a previous idea, stream of consciousness, just kind of whatever comes out. And then, yeah, again, the yelling, the screaming, the irritation, the mix of emotions. He's never just supposed to be like the Daedric Prince of OMG so random. He's like the Daedric Prince of furtive emotion and like outburst and creativity, spontaneity, that type of thing. So at least that's the way that I've interpreted it. And then the two sides split between mania and dementia are so important to the character as well. So when he just shows up and he's like, oh, look at the fork. I love my fork of horripilation. it's doing the character a huge disservice because it's like you're boiling him down to three things. People just remember at this point, Sheogorath is the guy that shows up and talks about cheese, the Wabbajack, and the Fork of Horripilation. And that's about it. And it's sad, because he's the Daedric Prince of creativity. And when you take the creativity out of the Daedric Prince of creativity, you've lost something. It's like they're all ignorant and nobody reads the lore, which they probably don't do for both Fallout and Test. Fallout, for sure they don't, from what I know about Fallout. I always kind of assumed Sheogorath being less intense and more comedic in Skyrim was a result of the mantling. Yeah, that's kind of what I believe Nefarious Man said that as well. Or Glass King said that as well. Love seeing your streams when I log in. Well, thank you. To be fair, in Skyrim, Sheo was focused on an unseen NPC's madness. We wasn't directing his cruelty at us. Yeah, that's true. Sheogorath is consistently very cruel to people. It's said that he will just like torture, torment, or confuse people just to see how they react to it, as sort of like some kind of a joke. And yeah, the only reason that he's like even being nice to you slightly at all in Oblivion is because you're his employee. And you're the only insane enough mortal to go and like do jobs for him. It's, you know, you are his last resort. He can't kill you. But even still, if you punch him in the face, like, he'll fucking kill you. If you wrong him, he'll kill you. He's not your friend. He never calls you friend, buddy, pal, neighbor, anything like that. He just... You're his asset, basically. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna talk to him really quick. Otherwise I'll read chat all day.
Look, Haskell! Wonderful! I'll just take... Forky. Oh, I've missed you so much, Forky. Let's never be parted again. Oh, it gives me goosebumps just to hold him in me hand again. Ah, the Wabbajack. Malil held it down in that dusty tomb for so long. Say, why don't you clear its throat? Take it in hand and use it on some of these holier-than-thou temple types. No need to worry, you pretty mortal head. The Wabbajack, it unleashes the potential in everyone. The unrecognized essence of artistic beauty that swells and beats within the... Look, you want the book? Whack some folks with the Wabbajack!
OMG, so random. I love the Wabbajack. Do you guys remember the Wabbajack? I remember the Wabbajack. That is kind of funny that the description of the item is just the Wabbajack. If I take off my outfit, will we see it? I have it oh, is it on my off bar? It is, okay. Boop. Turn that lady to stone. Crazy. Oh my god, we turned that lady to stone. Oh my god, we turned that lady to stone. I've never heard of the Wabbajack before. Is this what it does? It just turns people to stone? This is my first Elder Scrolls game. Oh, what a Bantam Guar. Oh my god, that's so random. At first I thought it just turned people to stone, but... Oh my god, it turns people to stone or chickens. That's so cool.
A bit rusty, but not bad. So funny watching you mortals muck around with things you can't possibly understand. I'll be needing that back now. And as promised, the book. Well, go ahead. Take it. Once it's yours, it'll send you straight back to Tamriel. Funny how books have a way of transporting you. No? Oh. Simply hold your breath, close your eyes, and count to, let's say, 1,000,000.
Happiness. Ooh, I've got the bubble in my throat. Happiness is loneliness. Happiness is loneliness. Yeah, happiness is loneliness. Ad infinitum. Okay, actually, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't say cheese a single time in that quest.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have the second book? Excellent. The Circus of Cheerful Slaughter? That's quite a title. I'll begin my research immediately. Can't wait to get to it.
Okay, I will turn my audio back on. Thank you for everybody who listened to that without the, well, without anything for all that time. I know that that's kind of uncomfortable and weird to watch, but now we have sound again. Next time you see it, he's going to say it 17 times in one sentence. I did a control... Oh, you know what? Actually, we can go talk to him again really quick. Because I did a control F on his page on UBSP to see how many times that cheese shows up. And I'm not going to be showing every time that he says cheese in the video, I guess, because I just can't... I don't want to get all that dialogue, honestly. I have to collect so many goddamn books. But yeah, we can go into Cyrodiil and we can talk to him as well. Hearing more of this guy, I kind of admire he didn't try to one-to-one copy Wes because he's a distinct VA. He's doing an impression of him more so. Yeah, I still just don't like the interpretation. Again, it's not really this VA's fault in my eyes. I just don't like this interpretation of Sheogorath, and I'm not really a fan of how he reads the lines. With that said, there's nothing inherently wrong with how he's playing the character. It's more the... Okay, my stick drift is driving me nuts. It's more the dialogue that that he's been given. Alright, there we go. The dialogue that this guy's been given is terrible. And yeah, I don't know, I'm just not a big fan of the way that he has played the character. So anyway, we'll go into Cyrodiil really quickly because there's something that you just simply have to see. So Cyrodiil is the Cyrodiil is the PvP zone. And if I'm not mistaken, if nothing has changed, we should be able to find Sheogorath here in Cyrodiil as well. Remember, music is on now? Yep. And if we see our boy, we will have to turn it off. Unlock this way shrine. Maybe I've been to Cyrodiil before on this character? I can't quite tell. Oh, you know why? Because I again don't have quest markers turned on, which is a big problem in an MMO. So we'll turn those back on. I think it was interface. Quest giver icons on. Yep. Okay. So mirrored skin, Captain Veranim. Is he here? Or is he in the North Gate? You cannot travel to... Oh, right. I gotta go to the Transitus Shrine. He has a quest in elsewhere as well, right? Yes, he does. Sheo quest in Skyrim is so short, it would have been cool to see how Champion of Cyrodiil is a different Mad God from the previous iterations. Not enough there as it is. Yeah. I'd agree. Ah, here he is. Okay, get ready for maybe
Maces, swords, axes.
Oh.
Whatever happened to bludgeoning someone to death with a wheel of cheese?
Yeah, I might have to go reload him real quick so he says that again. Get ready for one of the worst. Honestly. just one of the worst. And we'll talk about why it's the worst in a little bit here. But again, thank you for everybody who's here. We've got 70 people watching right now. We're just gathering some footage for for the next couple videos here. I'm trying to do all my ESO reporting in one stream, so we've got a video about magic that's going to be coming out soon, and then we have a video about Sheogorath that's going to be coming out soon, and I'm excited to bring both of them to you. I think the Sheogorath one, it might, emphasis on might, reach about 20 minutes. It's not going to be a super long one. It's just going to be talking about what's happened to him, his poor character, and how it's gone so far south. Oh. Maybe we go leave for a second. I can go finish up some quests here.
Let me guess.
Yeah, I can go do some training really quick, and I know how to do everything in Cyrodiil anyway, so I can just skip the training.
Hold a moment, soldier. The Pact needs you.
Nope.
Too busy, soldier. See Jagord or Dahlia's.
Yeah, don't need battlefield training.
Are you certain?
Yep.
Much needs to be done.
Cool. Okay, that leveled up a couple of my skills. You know what I think we'll do is we'll leave Cyrodiil for a quick second. There's like nobody playing right now. So we'll leave this campaign, and then we'll come back to it. We'll talk to Sheogorath. We'll see if he reloads that dialogue. But yeah, I'm basically talking about how Sheogorath has been character assassinated and turned into, air quotes, the funny cheese man. So we'll go into the Blackreach campaign, and we'll try to reload that line of dialogue.
Well, if it isn't the wielder of the Wabbajack, we won't be turning anyone into cheese today, but all is not lost. And don't worry about these level-headed losers. No one can see me but you. You possess a special untapped talent for unhinged insanity.
Okay, well, we got the cheese line there. But we need his other one. I don't know, like, how noticeable it's going to be in the video if you can hear a little bit of the background noise like from before. I don't think it's going to be too big of a problem. So maybe we'll just run with that. And if I'm really feeling like in the final edit the dialogue sounds bad, I can I can do it on my own time. My entire body seizes when he says it, I swear. Yeah, it's so bad. Yeah. We won't be turning anyone into cheese today, get it? No, it's so bad. This is maybe the worst thing. And again, we'll talk about why it's the worst. Only other thing I could think of is logging out. We can try to log out really quick, and then we'll reload that that dialogue potentially. Actually, I'll move a little bit farther away from him before I do that. We'll go up by Zimmeron. Oh, yeah. Want some hot dogs? Ooh, hot dogs and pizza rolls? I'd take some hot dogs. Alright, we'll reload Lanyu. So much dialogue to grab. Alright, let's go walk over to him again. Okay, well, we'll just talk to him normally. I'm gonna go radio silent for a second so I can pick up all the dialogue, but then we'll talk about it in a minute.
Well, if it isn't the weird... What does Sheogorath always want? I am the Mad Star! The Mad God! Ironically, I'm actually quite happy. But I'm neither here nor anywhere. All that matters at the moment is infusing some entertainment into this dreadfully dull bloodshed. Well, not with that attitude, it isn't. I can teach you a trick that will swing the war in your alliance's favor while bringing a smile to the ever-changing face of your favorite Daedric prince. I'm talking about me, just in case that wasn't clear. I don't mind you mortals constantly murdering each other, but when it kill you to crack more skulls, oh, I think I have just the thing. That, my mortal friend, is a dangerous and delicious inquiry. I want to give you the power of Volendrung. Now don't be fooled by the funny name. Malakath's giant hammer is no laughing matter. Unless you're like me and you enjoy watching skulls explode. Of course not. I simply borrowed it for an indeterminate amount of time. And now you can borrow it from me to shower the battlefield with the brains of your enemies. I don't recommend literally showering in anyone's brains, by the way. Too slippery. Back in Cheesemonger's Hollow with the rest of me madness. Would you like to visit? I can open a portal and take us there right now. I don't know how often you travel by portal, but it really is quite nice. Follow me to all of the cheese-laden madness a mortal mind can handle.
Are you guys entertained yet by all the cheese dialogue?
There's Volendrung. Wow, take it. Touch it. Love it. I know there's no one to murder at the moment, but that'll change when you take Volendrung. Trust me, mortal. Would the Prince of Madness lead you astray? You feel that? That's the power of a true Daedric artifact, my friend. By the way, I forgot to mention that if you don't feel Volendrung's souls, it'll feed on yours. Hit this dummy! Pretend it's someone you really hate, or really love, or both! That's the murderous spirit! Now, go hit the other Zifkin! Are you ready? Well done! Now you're ready to kill all sorts of idiots! I already went ahead and summoned some for you. Charge! Good!
Heal me!
Now put everything you have into it! Don't stop until you drip
Torch
it
it!
with blood and drown it in madness! Well, don't stop now! This is the best bloodshed I've seen in ages! Well done! Now bring that hammer back before it gets hungry. That was as brain-bashingly entertaining as I'd hoped! I've always said that everything is better with exploding heads. You have to use this hammer in the Three Banners War. I might finally be able to watch an entire battle without falling asleep. Molag Bal already took care of that problem for you, soul shriven. Volendrung could kill you once you're done with it. Or someone else could kill you first. Or you could stop worrying about it and hit someone in the head with an enchanted hammer. You can't leave Malakath's enchanted murder hammer lying around for just anyone to pick up. You can always bring it back here to play with. Uncle Sheo's house, Uncle Sheo's rules. But if you pick up a greater artifact in Cyrodiil, you're committed. Confusion and guilt are my bread and butter. Madness is my cheese. Moral fortitude is my moulin chèvre salad. If I wasn't immortal, I'd be starving right now. We're done here. Get out. Happy head exploding. What are you still doing here? You're confused, aren't you? I get the feeling that you're a very confused person in general. You have that look about you. Never again. If anyone's going to be turning mortals into cheese and sweet rolls, it'll be me. No one else is suited to wield such absurdly sweet power. Except for maybe the Daedric Demi-Prince of Pastries, but no one's seen her for a long time. It would be a shame if you happened to find it lying at your feet in Cyrodiil and had no idea how to use it. Pick it up and do your head splattering best. Just put it back when you've finished. Things tend to get lost around here. Mines, mostly. Never again. If anyone's... I appreciate your boundless curiosity and understated thirst for power. A dependably entertaining and mentally malleable combination. I'll be borrowing many more items from my endlessly serious siblings. Someone has to keep them on their toes.
Okay. That's all the dialogue. That's it. I'm sorry for all the pain I've inflicted upon you. Do you guys see the mammoth cheese here and the cheese wheels, by the way? That is, that's so funny. I'm literally laughing, crying emoji right now. My cell division slows just a bit every time I hear the word cheese. Yeah. Yep. So I'll turn the audio back on. Yeah, jeez. So that was so bad, so random. He's way too self-aware that he isn't normal and pointing out way too much. Yep. Just another Skyrim design ripoff. Yeah, exactly. There's so many Skyrim design ripoffs in this game where they like couldn't think of anything more creative, so they just pulled the Skyrim assets pretty much. Isn't the plot of ESO Sheogorath that he gives Shalador depression and then Shalador dies? You're not, like, super far off, but, like, basically he tricked Shalador into, like, he stole Shalador's island, and, he is... Basically, like, Shalador's trying to get the island back, and Sheogorath is putting him through different tests, to get his island back. Does French exist in the Elder Scrolls? Yeah, I think about that every time that I hear some sort of like foreign language used in the Elder Scrolls. That's like a real Earth foreign language. I'm like, how does that work? But the language is just called Tamrielic, so like, you could say that whatever he said was just a part of Tamrielic. The real madness is the psychic damage we took from the writing. True. True. Yeah, so I have the magic video and the Sheogorath video pretty much queued up. I should be able to finish them tomorrow. Or hopefully finish at least one of them tomorrow, I'll say. And then I have a video about the Elder Scrolls community as a whole, which I'm going to release for members first. I mean, I release everything for members first, but like, this video in particular, it's going to be kind of... I'm thinking of calling it something along the lines of the two sides of the Elder Scrolls community, or maybe like Mania and Dementia, the two sides of the Elder Scrolls community or something. Because I've had people, and regular viewers of live streams will know this. I've had people in my Thalmor video that just leave like these terribly racist comments all the time and just stuff that's like not fun to read, you know? Like it's just dumb comments and like it's all in response to me saying that that being racist is morally impermissible, pretty much. And it's these people being like, well, I can do whatever the hell I want. Who are you to tell me that I can't be racist? And so, so like, I am gonna make a video talking about those comments, and then I'm gonna end it with some positive stuff throughout the community, and basically like shout outs to people who are doing great work in the community or people that I used to follow when I was younger. And, you know, just like kind of a thank you to the Elder Scrolls community. I have a bit of a platform now. I mean, 36,000 subs as of the other day. So like that's a crazy milestone. And, just being able to like kind of shout people out and talk about cool stuff that I've seen in the community is going to be kind of a fun part of that. So I'm going to start with the bad, and then we'll get into the good as the video goes on. But really, it's just going to be kind of like semi-mocking some dumb comments that I've seen, so I think it should be kind of fun. I'm not trying to take it too seriously, but like, genuinely, like, I don't know, being, like, it's one thing to take a joke in the Elder Scrolls about, like the racism aspect of the Elder Scrolls. It's fine to joke about it, it's totally fine. But when you have people that are like, IRL, like, well, who are you to tell me that I can't be racist? It's like, okay, you have a problem, type thing. So, I think it should be kind of fun to look into, and I don't know. There's definitely a lot of different types of Elder Scrolls fans out there, I'll say. Looking forward to that, I've noticed the obvious split between the kinder and more analytical side of the community and the sweaty gamer side, and often think about it. Yeah. I find the racial comments in the Elder Scrolls community strange, but a weird dichotomy is that race in our world doesn't actually exist, where race in the Elder Scrolls world does actually exist. That's fair. Yeah, that's actually a fair point. A thing that we were talking about the other day, too, is that sex or gender in the Elder Scrolls is something that is, like, not really... Like, everybody's pretty cool with homosexuality in the Elder Scrolls, or, like, anything along those lines is considered pretty much fine. It's mostly race that divides people in the Elder Scrolls, but even then, like, if you rewind the stream like 4 hours ago, or I don't know, no, we've only been streaming for 3.5 hours. If you rewind the stream like an hour ago, we were talking about the Altmer, and like how they have a higher natural aptitude for magic, but how that does not define you if you are born as an Altmer, right? There's that guy in Skyrim that we were talking about. He's an Altmer, and he's just a legionary. He's a commander in the Imperial Army. You don't have to be an Imperial to serve in the Imperial Army. They'll take anybody. And this guy has chosen to become a swordsman and a commander, even though he's an Altmer, which might seem crazy to some people, but that's what he's done. And I think the writers have done a good job over the years of making it so that it's like, yes, race is a real thing in this universe, but your race doesn't have to define you as a character. You know? Even though, like, I think that racial benefits should stay. I think that racial stat bonuses should stay because those are fun for character building. But I don't think that, like, your race should ultimately entirely define who your character is and everything. I mean, when you have demons and ghosts, why would you care about what someone likes to do in the bedroom? There are a lot of powerful women in the world. Yeah, I mean, Alessia is a great example of a powerful woman who's, like, the founder of the Empire, right? Or at least for men. So, yeah, it's cool. I've always appreciated that, like, men and women are pretty much on equal grounds in the Elder Scrolls. I've never really seen, like, something to combat that, I guess. And women are even, you know, stronger in some cultures than men. in a lot of ways. Baron's Eye and Wolf Queen Potema are two that I always think of. Yep. Those are two good options. Yeah, like the orcs have their wise women. So, it's very cool stuff. Anyway, we have to go collect more books for the Mages Guild, which is insane. Let's go stop by Deshawn real quick, or yeah, Deshawn real quick. We'll run into Stonefalls. I know where one book is off the bat, or sorry, Shadowfen. I know where one book is off the bat. When you enter into Shadowfen, and then we'll look for some other lore books as we go. Let's see. So we need to make it down here. Ping that. And then we'll head on that way. Got a dip. Catch you guys next time. Yep, peace out, Cameron. Thank you for joining. Don't miss doing the book hunting. Only time it wasn't tedious was as a guild event. Yeah, guild events can make the time go by quicker for people. I did a Sky Shard hunt when I was younger. I actually organized the Sky Shard hunt. And this feels like a... Yeah, look at that.
What does he do? Back into the mine he goes.
Boom.
This isn't turning out at all. Not at all.
Yeah, I organized a Cyrodiil Sky Shard hunt for my guild back, like, Jesus, like 8 years ago. It was a lot of fun, though. We breezed through Ebonheart down into Aldmeri and then looped up through Daggerfall. And we got all 46 Sky Shards that exist in Cyrodiil. And then we did one in the Imperial City as well, because that was right around the time that the Imperial City came out. There's a book up here, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, look at that. Some places you just remember. And I'll collect the XP for getting this place. Real quick. There we go.
Cultists! Someone help!
You make good use of your bones once our Reaper takes yourselves.
Will we ever feel safe again?
Okay, while we're just doing things in ESO as well, I will queue up for a random dungeon just to try to get my skills leveled up a little bit. This character is damage. Yep. Okay. So, there's a Sky Shard up there. There's gotta be like an easy route to get to level 10. Like, this game's been out for so many years. I wonder what the route is, like, level 10 Mages Guild easy. We'll look up. I've gotten my Mages Guild to 10 one time. It is so tedious. Oh, I'm just saying the hot dogs are done. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go get a hot dog. I'll be right back. You'll never guess, but the hot dogs were done. Okay, so I'm looking up on my phone. How do we get to level 10 easy? I'd be surprised if someone doesn't have like a route planned out. Mages Guild Guide leveling. But did you put cheese on them? Honestly, at this point, I think we're gonna, like, ban the word cheese from, from chat. That way no one can ever haunt us with that word again. Okay. I guess I'll just look up a map of... Okay, so, yeah. Let's see. Shadowfen... Lore books. We're here, so... We'll do this part. Okay, so I got that one up there already. We all love cheese in this chat, apparently. Queso Gorath is really funny.
Excuse me.
So there should be... Should be one over here. God, the stick drift is insane here. Okay. Should be one over here. Oh. Well, my dungeon is ready. Might find a lore book in the city of Ash here. Do you guys have a favorite dungeon in ESO? I think mine might be Imperial City Prison. I've played that one so much. Cheesemonger's Hollow. How dare you? How dare you?
Ready! Fire!
Celine's Web base game. I like Celine's Web. Celine's Web is pretty good. I know all of the base game dungeons pretty much by heart at this point. It's the DLC dungeons that I'm unfamiliar with. Largely. I've done the Hersine one a handful of times. Forget what that one's called. Not the Falkreath dungeon, although I have done that one a bunch too. but the one where you go into the hunting grounds. Done that one a bunch. I did... There was the Greymore expansion where you go into like a crypt and there's a bunch of like crossbows you have to shoot to navigate across bridges and stuff. Unhallowed Grave or something like that. I don't know why I genuinely like Fungal Grotto though. Fungal Grotto is not bad. It's a very solid dungeon, I'll say. Like, anyone who's hating on Fungal Grotto, they're just wrong. What'd you put on that hot dog? I just grabbed it. I just grabbed it with a fork, put it on my plate. No bun. It is just a straight up hot dog. I was trying to get back here as soon as I could. So, it is just a wiener. Oh yeah, fork. Oh my god, dude. So funny. Good reference. To be honest, I have celiac, so I eat hot dogs like that at cookouts. It's not a bad way to eat a hot dog. It genuinely is. Unhallowed Grave, yes, that's the one. That one I played a bit. These guys, they got this dungeon by themselves. Dungeon Finder... specific. Let's see. White Gold Tower I've done a ton. I've done the Cauldron a couple times. I did Stone Garden maybe twice. Scrivener's Hall once. Shipwright's Regret I did like once. I don't even remember Shipwright's Regret. Oh, Scale Caller Peak, I've done that tons. Ruins of Mazatun I've done tons of times. Red Petal Bastion? I don't know if I did that one. Oathsworn Pit, no. Moongrave Fane, yes. Probably about 10 times or more. Moonhunter Keep I've done a couple times. March of Sacrifices, I've done this one a ton. Lair of oh god, Lair of Marsalok, dude. Lair of Marsalok is like one of my most played. I was searching for a set years ago. The Azur Blight, or Azur Blight set from... God, what did I even say that one was called? Lair of Marsalok, yeah. Looking for that set for a very specific Warden build that I saw on a channel ages ago. That was it was a dot build, damage over time build. So it was like you were a tank, but you also provided a bunch of passive dots with your build, like the Fetcher Fly Swarm ability. Looked like a really fun build. I could never get the Azur Blight items. Like, there was something twisted and wrong about the RNG where I couldn't get the items I needed no matter how many times I ran that goddamn dungeon. I ran it a lot. I never got to play that build. So, maybe I'll run it back at some point, but yeah, I played a lot of Lair of Marsalok. I'll look at the other stuff in a minute here. I mean, Flame Whip has got to be a better ability to spam, right? It's got to be a better spam pull. I like the AoE on this, though. You know, Sunderflame, maybe that's actually a thing that I should look into. So I think I have, yeah, I've got Burning Spellweed, but Sunderflame is when you deal damage with a fully charged heavy attack, you deal an additional 9,050 flame damage over 10 seconds and apply minor breach to the enemy, reducing their physical and spell resistance by 2974. Interesting. That'd be kind of fun. This is new subclassing, right? You're enjoying it so far? I actually am not doing any subclassing. This is just pure Dragon Knight, but I am trying to get my my Earth and Heart skill up to 50 on this character. So that way I can potentially do subclassing with that skill tree if I want to. I do feel like there's got to be tons of fun builds to do, though. And I've actually never maxed out an Arcanist, so that's something that I'm going to do eventually. And I need to get a Necromancer to 50 on this character as well, or on this profile as well, so... All right. It is 10 at night, and I'm eating hot dogs, yes. This is true. Skill Caller is tough on veteran difficulty.
You will go no further. For Lord Dagon.
Actually, this character, this archetype, so I have a Flame Mage on console as well, just because I enjoy the archetype. And I have Zahn's Mask instead of Grothdar that I swap out on that build sometimes because the fire effect is just very good. So, I remember the first time I beat Skill Caller on that. It was a Herculean task for sure. Yep, we are still streaming. Your girlfriend eats hot dogs with lomber, a type of potato flatbread. I don't recommend it. Hey, well, if that's what she likes, more power to her. The one from the Vampire DLC with the gargoyles has nice aesthetics, but it's tough. Is that Stone Garden or... Let me check really quick. I've done that one.
Surrender and I'll devour you quickly.
Okay, I don't want to die. I've done that dungeon, though.
Rise, minions!
Clever play from Zoss gives players a lot of new choices and a lot of new skills to grind for. Yeah, so I heard so many people when multi-classing or subclassing, whatever they're calling it, was introduced. There were so many people that were like up in arms, upset about it. And my first thought was that it was a good idea. I thought it sounded like a really cool, fun way to spice up the classes because you kind of have this problem with a lot of games now. And this is a problem I touched on with Athelia, even, where it's like too much stuff. You know, you get a certain number of characters in something, and it's like, it becomes hard to balance. I was talking to people about Overwatch with that, where it's like, they just keep releasing new characters, And eventually it's like you run out of identity for those characters. You gotta kind of just come up with like random slop eventually, and it doesn't feel very organic anymore. But what I thought was cool with this was like, you're taking the existing classes and you're making them all work with one another a little bit better now. And I don't know, yeah, like Mental Reaper, like what you said, it feels very Elder Scrolls to make your own path, sort of, and be able to come up with different ways that the subclasses can interact. So I think I don't really think it takes away stuff. People were saying that it ruined the identity of some of the classes or whatever, but I like the idea. I'll have to see how it plays out, because I actually haven't multi-classed yet. But it seems like a fun way to spice things up. Okay, we're continuing our look for some books. Oh, you know what? There are 2 characters that I still have totally forgotten to record dialogue from. That would be very easy to get. Let me check really quick. Subclassing. 1 character on your account has reached level 50. You must complete the quest, The Study in Discipline in Reaper's March, Bankurai, or the Rift. Okay. I think I want to do that with this character eventually, because I feel like I feel like replacing Earth and Heart with Dark Magic could be really good for this character, just because then we would have Crystal Fragment to throw into the rotation. I think that would be really powerful. Or maybe some Storm Magic as well, Storm Calling. Something like that has to be possible. Draconic Power even, like, I'm not really using anything from Draconic Power. Maybe like some... I want to keep the Flame Mage archetype alive. What would we add here? Templar... Oh, Dawn's Wrath. Dawn's Wrath could be a fun skill tree to include here as well. Okay, alright, hold on. That's kind of a fun idea.
What a mess.
Let me go see if we can find this lore book, and then I want to go do that quest in Bankurai. If you guys are down to see that, we can toy around with some subclassing features. I love the sound that goblins make in this game. It's one of the reasons Fungal Grotto is maybe the best dungeon ever. Like we were talking about before. My current Dragon Knight is Stamdam, and you kept Ardent Flame, subclass Nightblade Assassin, and Necromancer Gravelord. We've been having a lot of fun. Ooh. What do you use Gravelord for? I could understand Assassin for that, but I'm curious for Gravelord. Oh, let me out, please. Get me out of here. Damn. Don't know what spells you're doing, but they look cool. Oh, thank you. I'm doing, this is a skill, actually, my main spammable skill. A spammable in an MMO, I know we've got a lot of people that are, like, just Elder Scrolls fans here and maybe haven't played ESO, But a spammable is basically like a dependable ability that you can just use to get consistent damage out and proc some of your skills. So the one that I'm using is called Destructive Clench. Or no, sorry, Pulsar. I was reading the one above. Pulsar is the one that I'm using. It's the last ability that you unlock in the Destruction Staff skill tree, and this skill actually changes depending on what kind of a staff you're using. So, like, for instance, I use fire magic on this character, obviously. That's kind of the whole point of this character. So it does, if we read here, it does... Okay, stick drift again. It's getting crazy. Flame Pulsar hits burning enemies with Pulsar Afterburn, which deals more damage based on their missing health. So basically, the lower a target's HP, the more damage this is going to do. Does it cost Magicka, or is it free to use? It costs Magicka to cast. This is a pure Magicka DPS character. So a character that's focused on dealing damage, and my main scaling stat is Magicka. If we go to my character sheet here, I have put, you get 64 points to level. I put all 64 into Magicka, and this character actually doesn't even have a Mundus Stone activated, which is something I should fix at some point in the future, but hey, for now, it's whatever. I remember, like, power leveling this character to 50 at the Obsidian Gorge, and,
perhaps that one.
And I didn't touch them much after that. I like collected a bunch of gear for them, obviously, but I haven't really played this character a ton. Frozen Colossal Boneyard on second bar, Flame Skull, and their passive that increases dot damage, higher pen, and your upgraded crit chance when enemies are low. Oh, yeah, that all sounds great. Honestly, the class that I'm like... The base game class that I know the least has gotta be Dragon Knight. I've never really gotten into a Dragon Knight character before. The most that I could get into one is on like this archetype, where it's a mage Dragon Knight, but I've just never really understood how to play like a stamina-based Dragon Knight, I guess. Which I always like the idea of it, but I've gotten my ass kicked by stamina Dragon Knights in Cyrodiil. Which, to be fair, most classes in Cyrodiil are not, like, pulling from one attribute specifically, but still. In ESO, you don't usually see people put stats in multiple attributes. Hybrid builds are rare/hard. Yes. It's much better to, like, hyper-focus on one stat, as far as I remember. But I've not been tuned into the meta of this game in, like, a long time. So I just kind of, like, I play stuff that's fun to me. I have a build that's probably so outdated, but it's a Templar build that uses the Briarheart set from Orsinium and the Hunding set from Bankerai, the craftable set. And then, what's my monster set on that guy? My monster set on that dude is something. Can't remember. Haven't cared about meta since they came out with Necros, lol. Yeah, dude, my main character is a Templar on console. I fucking love Templar. My old stamina damage DK before this is mostly about using Cleave and keeping your dots up. Yeah, Cleave is a very good ability. There's the Grothdar proc. So Templar is not a very popular class these days. I love Dareloth's dulcet tones. Rip Tessel, missed that game in your vids. Thank you. Yeah, all those videos are in an unlisted playlist on the channel. I got them out of the way because people weren't interested in them, unfortunately, and like search results in YouTube, like I hate to be that guy that's like focused on the analytics and stuff, but search results in YouTube are important. So when people are searching for Dareloth to find like some of my videos, it can get clogged and populated with some of the legend stuff, and then people see that, and then they're turned away from the channel and they don't want to watch it. For whatever reason, Elder Scrolls Legends was like just a poisonous thing to associate with. I don't know why people had such a like vitriol towards it, but there really was like a sense in the community of like, that game's a Hearthstone ripoff and it sucks. But most people that you talk to have never even played it, you know? Invade, I don't think Invade was like the single killer of the game, but like really what killed the game was that it was going to die anyway, I think. Unless some miracle happened with Jaws of Oblivion where people really liked that for some reason. But it seems pretty apparent that the devs were going to shut the game off regardless, shortly after Oblivion. But like, when the Jaws of Oblivion DLC released and it was really bad, then that totally didn't help. And so people who were already invested in the Legends community blamed Invade. But the truth is, most people who played Legends didn't even know what Invade was. Like, if you went to talk to somebody about, like, why don't you like Elder Scrolls Legends, and they had, like, 4 hours in the game, they'd probably just be like, well, that game fucking sucks. You know, they wouldn't give, like, a concrete reason. Whereas, like, many people who did play Legends, they did leave because of Invade. But I think a lot of, like, the Legends' problem was that there were, it was hard to get people invested in it, and they just didn't like the concept of it. I don't know. Since we're like 1 billion hours into the stream, I'll ask, are you a fast food guy? What do you like? My favorite fast food restaurant is probably Culver's. I do like fast food. I don't get a lot of like burgers and stuff. I like Five Guys, I guess, if you'd consider them like fast food, although I've never seen a Five Guys drive-thru. I like Dairy Queen. Chick-fil-A's got good food. You're from Wisconsin, so that's your place? Hell yeah. Yeah, Culver's is great. I'm from Michigan in the Midwest, so yeah, Culver's is white people heaven. Do the devs still hate the Templars? I remember everyone hated when they changed that one animation. What animation did they change? Also, let's go do that quest. It's in Bankarai. Oh. I can get there quickly, I guess. I've got a spot in Rothgar, and then we can just do a 180 into Bankarai, right? Michigan gang. It's a great game. I like the rune system, 2 lanes. Thankful to have participated in it. Yeah, me too. The stabby spammable, I want to say. Oh, really? They changed that animation? The jab? We'll get on my Templar. I want to take a look at that, because I've got a lot of time on my Templar. Liked your Tessel videos, but I noticed you got hit really hard when you uploaded those Tessel videos recently. I did, and I did, like... I uploaded 9 videos in one day. So I understand that that was going to either have a positive effect or a negative effect. I didn't know. Because sometimes you see people do stuff like that, and it's like, oh, it's like a big event. and it draws up some hype, like 9 new videos in one day. But the reason I chose to do that was because if I did 1 video per day over 9 days, people would have unsubscribed. People already actually unsubscribed after those videos in 1 day. So, people were not happy that I uploaded those videos. And I didn't get a lot of comments about it, but it's just like people would see the video and they just unsubscribe immediately after seeing it. And I don't understand what or why. I thought that there were good videos there. But yeah, I lost I lost a not unsubstantial amount of subscribers when I released those videos. But yeah, if I'd done like 1 deal a day, or one deal, I read the kids meal thing that you said, Frisky, and I swapped it out. But if I'd done 1 video a day for 9 days, or if I'd done 1 video a week for 9 weeks, I think that would have pissed people off more with a consistent upload. So I ripped the band-aid off, I got them all out in 1 day, and like I think the highest view one of those videos is like 200 views or something on a 30,000 subscriber channel. Couldn't break over 200 views. So it was just like it was just bad, unfortunately. And a lot of the people who have joined the channel are people who are subscribed for the lore videos. I understand that. But yeah, I don't know, to completely unsubscribe from a channel because of 1 gameplay video, it really is kind of like, I didn't need that subscriber anyway, but I also didn't want it to get to a point where like the algorithm got confused and now it thinks that I'm a card game channel or, you know, whatever, when really, like, at my heart, I'm a fantasy RPG channel with like a 80 to 90% focus on Elder Scrolls. So, because I do occasional other games every once in a while, but I just don't really, I don't know. I mean, people on this channel care more about Elder Scrolls than anything else, which is, that works for me because I know Elder Scrolls better than I know some family members. So, yeah. Funny thing is, when we go, we all get the kids' meal since it's a ton of food and free ice cream. At Culver's, is it really? Okay, Evermore's across the bay.
So much to do.
Texas boy here, we eat at Whataburger. I've actually never had Whataburger. The deep lore videos are extremely high quality. I think it's an investment, though, they aren't willing to delve into. Screw them. Yeah, fair enough. The veteran deck you made was my go-to Let's Have Fun deck. I could never make veteran work, and after your vid, I think you broke it open in my head. Yeah, I really liked veteran as a mechanic. I think that, like, if they'd added a couple more veteran cards, it could have been a really fun mechanic. But the thing you had to play around with veteran was just those high health totals, really. And, like, if you can buff those health totals up and make those creatures survive and just, like, force it...
You're just the type Sergeant Antive is looking for.
Then it was actually a really powerful keyword. And not only powerful, but, like, veteran was so fun because I really liked the, was it the Hist speaker? Or, no, Invoker of the Hist. I liked Invoker of the Hist a ton. That effect is so cool because it's, like, such a dangerous card to have down on the board, but it's also like easy to, well, not easy to deal with, but it can be dealt with by your opponent. You think like 1 Fighter's Guild recruit could crush the dreams of Invoker of the Hist in the wrong deck, in the wrong matchup. So being able to kind of like play those threats out and then look at your opponent and be like, what are you going to do about the threat I'm putting down? That's really fun. Okay, so I'm looking for... I'm looking for subclassing, a study in discipline, and oh, Reaper's March, Bankurai, or the Rift. Okay, so in Bankurai, and I have a terrible memory. It's called a study in discipline. Okay, study in discipline. Study in discipline. Whataburger is just a high-end burger kind. Culver's with cheese curds and custard all the way. Cheese curds are so good. I think it was the right decision, yeah, but can't really understand the people who unsubbed over that. It sucks. Well, yeah, it really does too, because I think that, like, I had that video that was a discussion with Imperial Knowledge. I had a video that was a discussion with Frostbreak. And then I had that final stream that, you know, it was like a huge endeavor that I worked on. It was a really long video. It took tons of hours to edit. All those videos took a lot of time to edit. And to have it not even peak beyond like 300 views, it's disheartening, you know? It's like you make all these videos and fun stuff, and people, if you don't know the game though, like Legends is kind of hard to watch because it's like you need to know a billion card effects and potentially what your opponent's going to have in hand. Like, there are people that don't know what a piercing javelin is, you know? And that's crazy to think about, but it's like, if you don't know the meta, you don't know how to play the game, and then you feel lost. And if you feel stupid or lost, then you're not going to want to watch the game in the first place. So, also, Elder Scrolls has a crazy amount of lore to the point many people have full dedicated channels to documenting it, and it's still got shit to scrape. Oh yeah, Elder Scrolls lore. The thing about Elder Scrolls lore that I think I'm happy to have found a niche in is, like, taking a look at some of the lore and, like, really examining it under a microscope. Because I think a lot of channels over the past, like, 20-ish years have been more like explaining concepts and stuff to people. But and because of the work of people before me, like, there is a much more educated Elder Scrolls population than when, like, a couple of years ago. So
if he was the thief, then that
people are able to, like, comprehend some of these more complex topics now than they may previously have been. And, you know, just coming at it from a different, like, historical lens is fun to me. It's obviously, like, my dedication. So, yeah, I find it very fun delving into this stuff like that. Like, Pilfer yourself, it was super fun to you. I just feel like Pilfer was one of those mechanics that it was not... The cards that Pilfer had were really good, and Pilfer could skyrocket so easily in a deck. And I was very much like a combo deck player, so I really liked trying to figure out weird stuff you could do in the game, or like trying to figure out how cards would work with one another. And Pilfer was kind of like, you just play the Pilfer card, and then if you snowball, you win. You know? And not to say that Pilfer wasn't fun. I think that Pilfer definitely was fun.
Noshira, noble traveler. I'm glad you have found me.
I don't know, it just wasn't really my playstyle. To be fair, Fighter Skilled Recruit did break a lot of dreams. It totally did. I saw somewhere that someone is remaking the game on their own. Yeah, I actually just recently saw that. I was not aware of that until like a month ago, so. Everyone knows Piercing Jab. To be honest, I started playing ESO because of Tessel. I couldn't believe it when I was level 1 and I could summon a Cliff Racer. Yeah, that's cool.
Your reputation precedes you. You have accomplished a great deal on your adventures. Now, perhaps, you wish to take the next step. In your travels, you have honed your skills. But a wealth of magical and martial disciplines exist across Tamriel. I have walked many paths. I will show you how to teach yourself. How to open yourself up to the ways of the Ardent Flame, the learnings of the Grave Lords, how to wield curative rune forms or grasp the balance of the green.
All these, and more, are possible in time.
Alright, cool.
Very well. Before you begin your tutelage, what disciplines would you like to discuss? There are many to choose from. The study of the high arcane, the duality of light and dark, perhaps, or the powers of the natural world.
Do we have to choose one of these declensions? Tell me about the study of the high arcane.
The manipulation of magicka.
Ah, okay.
Speaking with the dead, summoning Daedra. There are many arts known to spellcrafters across the land. Do you wish to speak of those who call themselves sorcerers, arcanists, or necromancers?
I guess sorcerers? Oh.
Like the ways of the... Very well. The adaptable magicka...
Oh, do I have to talk to her about all of this?
Many sorcerers have perfected a kind of unique elemental magic called storm calling. Lightning is a devastating force, and its use makes followers of this discipline consummate combat mages. Of course, the Void calls. The end of all warriors of Stendarr's light. Like the knight-errant Isabelle Valois. Templars coalesce their mystical might into a... Templars are renowned as incredible... Hold the disciplines you wish to study in your mind. Feel their power in your heart, and reach out with your thoughts.
Okay, so I can just click subclassing and then swap stuff out? Well, I want to finish Earth and Heart, though. What are the Draconic powers? Okay, yeah, we're not using any of the passives. We're not using really any of the abilities. Draconic energy to suck the air around you, dealing flame damage and healing you for 100% of the damage caused. That's a good heal. But I think if we... that is a really good heal. If I'm playing this as a solo character versus a group character, that depends. That is a good ability. But keeping an entire skill line just for one ability feels wrong. Okay, well, we can...
To choose new disciplines.
Okay.
To choose...
Subclassing. We'll look into Sorcerer here. Oh, you have to level up the whole skill tree again? Oh, no way. Okay, okay. So... Alright. Let's do... hold on. Cancel. Cancel. Let's do Templar, Dawn's Wrath, confirm. You sure you want to commit your points? If you choose to subclass Dawn's Wrath, you cannot stop subclassing. Upon reaching rank 50, a skill line is considered mastered and no longer counts against your subclass limit. At any time, primary class skill lines, mastered skill lines, and your chosen subclass skills, or skill lines, may be equipped or unequipped via respecification. Why not just say respecing? Come on, respecification? Or respecification? Okay. Respecification is how you're supposed to pronounce that, but respec is in my mind. This has no cost because you did not refund any points from previously learned levels. Okay. So it won't cost any points because we didn't refund anything. And I can choose 3 things to subclass it? Okay, okay, hold on. I think I'm understanding how this works. You're stuck with the skill line till it hits 50. Also, every point spent on the subclass costs 2 skill points instead of 1. Okay. That is crazy. That's a crazy investment. It's a crazy, crazy investment. So, like, if I wanted to take off... I can't take off a skill tree. Okay, I'm not going to do this yet. Because I need to get my... I need to get Earth and Heart to 50. So, honestly, I might just do that now. I'll grab molten weapons and throw it on. Yeah, I don't need Wall of Elements.
Only the finest wares here.
That. Okay, and that's every ability as Shattering Rocks we can put on. Here. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do this, and we'll go to my place. The only place that matters. Okay, sorry. Let me check up on chat. I just had to really absorb that. How do you explain why there are Dragon Knights and Wardens in ESO but not in other test games? It's really just that they didn't think about it a whole lot. Sadly. It's the same thing with a lot of like ESO lore. We don't know how they're going to rationalize it until the next game comes out. I do know that Dragon Knights are supposed to be like they're supposed to be taught in like Akaviri traditions, I think. So that's at least part of it. Echoing Heal from the PvP skills. Yeah, I was thinking about the Echoing Heal ability as well. But what I really like about the Draconic Bloodline skill is that it's specifically Draconic Power, is that Deep Breath is specifically fire damage. And I really like that as like a full heal ability, and the damage afterwards is cool. But it's not really worth keeping that for one thing, unless I can find something better. But also, like, what is going on with the passives here? Again, yeah, it's not really, like, this is a tanking skill tree, so I don't know. Using it in any other way doesn't really make sense.
I don't want revenge. I want your submission.
Just remember, if you can get the anchor pinion on a Dark Anchor, that means you won. Okay. I enjoyed the Vamp spammable heal back during the Dark Art of Skyrim on my Mag DK. Felt really fun. Not sure if vampires are any good anymore. I remember my vampire character, because they changed vampires a bit. I think it was for Dark Art of Skyrim that they changed vampires pretty significantly. And I had a vampire necromancer. That was fun. Earth and Heart to 47. Okay, we'll use an XP scroll too. You know, something that I've never been a big fan of is that Magicka characters, like, I feel like they have a slight advantage on stamina characters in some instances, because stamina is, like, for a stamina-based character, your stamina determines your sprinting, your dodging, your breaking free, and your abilities. Whereas a Magicka character only has to worry about their Magicka bar for abilities, and they can freely move around the battlefield and break out of attacks and all that kind of, like, they can bash when they need to. They don't have to worry about that as a feature. Whereas, like, stamina-based characters do. You've got to be conscious of how your stamina bar relates to, like, where you're at. Because I've, like, so many times in this game, I've run out of stamina, and it's like, I just die. Because that's my attack stat, and the stat that I use to move. So, I know that, like, stamina recovery might even that out a little bit, but good builds utilize all their resources, I suppose. Oh, this guy. Come on, buddy. Okay, where are we at? Okay, yeah, this is not going to take that much time. And then we can mess around with the new subclassing and figure all that out. Boom. Do you guys have a favorite class in ESO? I know Sorcerer is, like, broadly very popular. I think Sorcerer is probably a close second for me. Peace out, Frisky. What class synergizes the most with your Fire Mage build? Dragon Knight has, like, the only fire abilities that are native to the class. But the main spammable that I use is actually not from the Dragon Knight tree at all. But I think Ardent Flame, yeah, it's got passives that just flatly increase our damage when we're doing fire. Your favorite character and the strongest you played as a Stamcrow? I've actually wanted to try Stamcrow for a while, but I always get like locked into wanting to do Magcrow. But maybe this time I'll change. You know, another class that I like oddly really like is I really like Wardens as healers. I think they're really fun. And it's mostly that Vine ability that lets you like whip around to different members of your party, but like I really like that whip ability. It's fun. I don't really like them as DPS though. I've tried it a couple times. The Cliff Racer, just not really for me. Okay. Do Templars deal fire damage? Yeah, that's why I'm looking to subclass out of Earth and Heart and try to get Dawn's Wrath as my next skill tree. Can I join your clan? Yes, you can. You can join my guild. Just let me know what your name is on ESO and I can send you a request to join. And if anybody in chat wants to join as well, I do have a guild on here. I'm not, like, super active on ESO, but it could be a fun thing to get together with people in the Discord with, and I would like to make it a thing. Self-confessed DPS-only player, SMH. I have a lot of fun with healing and tanking as well. I think that like DPS is super fun, but honestly like tank is so chill. I think healer is the most stressful, and I actually get a little bit stressed when I'm doing dungeons and I'm DPS, because I'm like, if you're a DPS and you have shit damage output, everybody's going to blame you for how the fight went. And healers, if you're not on top of people, you're going to get blamed for deaths. But, like, if you're just playing tank, it's like you just literally, you just hold aggro, and you don't need to look at your fellow players for anything ever. Your job is to keep the NPCs busy, and everything else is up to your other players. Like, you have the job of like wrangling the ads and stuff, but I don't know, I think it's kind of chill. I think it's relaxing. I don't know, healing just kind of like I feel like I have to like drink a Red Bull every time I'm gonna heal people, because the people that I usually play with are randos, so like I'm not really communicating with my group that often when I'm in dungeons. But that's maybe more of a me problem than anything else. I exclusively heal in MMOs these days. I guess I love pain and I'm a control freak. Well, that's just my opinion on it. I mean, I like healing. I like my healer a lot. But I just think that, like, in terms of having a chill time where I don't need to get blamed for anything, I'll just play tank. I think tank is fun in this game. There's a lot of, like, well, not a lot, but there's a couple taunt abilities in the game. There's the crossbow from the Undaunted skill. There's the sword from Sword and Board. And then you've got the skill from the Undaunted tree. Those are pretty much your only taunts. I like the crossbow the most, but it's more of a style choice. I only play DPS in Final Fantasy XIV because I'm a mindless drone. Why do you think tanks are so rare? I think that people find it boring to tank. I think that, like, healing, you're super active, and DPS, you're super active. And tanking, it's like, it's the most passive role. And people typically don't like to be passive in games. So I think that tanking is not popular. Oh, God, didn't mean to do that. But I think that tanking is not popular because of that perceived boringness to it. And that's not just an ESO thing, though. That's like a across-the-board thing. Like, people do not play tanks in most roles because tank is hard to balance, and it's typically not very fun. But I like it in ESO. I think there's a lot of abilities that also, like, you can get armor sets to help you with tanking a ton. Even just like the spindle clutch helmet is nice, where it like aggroes people on you if you're, I think it's if you block an attack. The helmet from Spindle Clutch 1 Veteran Dungeon can help you out with that. So, yeah. Healing definitely seems like the underappreciated role. Only hear about healers when people are saying they aren't doing it. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Healing is my least favorite role, but I would say it's like the most important one too. Because there's some responsibility that like players, a lot of players, like DPS players in particular, I feel like they're expecting to be healed a lot of the time. Like when I play tank, I'm not usually expecting to be healed. Like, heal the DPS player before you heal me is always my mentality. Like, my tank has 64 points in health. My tank has health enchantments. My tank has sustain abilities. My tank does not need your healing. My tank can heal himself for a while. So you heal the DPS players. And I feel like a lot of DPS players, you know, take that and, like, you see so many people that, like, don't dodge AoEs, or, you know, it's like they just eat attacks hoping that the healer will get them. And, it sucks. It kind of sucks to be on the receiving end of a bad DPS player, because, yeah, you're blamed for everything, and you're expected to keep everybody up at the same time, and really, like, if the tank falls, that's rough for everybody. So the healer does need to heal the tank, but I think it's like the DPS or the wild cards in ESO. It's like you don't know if they're going to be good or terrible. But that's what gets me on edge when I play DPS sometimes, is I'm like, I don't feel like I'm doing enough damage, or sometimes I can't tell if like it's me that's not doing the damage or if it's my co-DPS who's not doing enough damage. Because it's a joint effort. And the DPS are kind of like responsible for a lot of like knowing mechanics, because the tank's job is to like hold aggro on the boss, and the tank is using all of their resources to like hold that aggro, you know? But when there's an enemy that needs to be bashed, or when there's a, you know, an event that needs to be like, you hold the synergy button to do the event, like that's the DPS. You gotta go leave whatever damage you're doing, you gotta go do those mechanics. And that's another mistake that some DPS players make, is they're like, well, I shouldn't be doing that, I should be doing the damage. And it's like, no, the tank can't go spend their resource bar. You can't expect the tank to hold the aggro of every enemy and bash every single incoming attack, because tanks typically have like lower stamina and magicka sustain than other classes, because they put so many of their points into health. So I don't know, you kind of have to rely on like enchantments and class sub-features to get that that sustain on your magicka and stamina. And the Undaunted skill tree as well helps out a little bit. But yeah, so I don't know, like the tank, if you see that a enemy is doing a bashable attack and you're a DPS fighting a boss, bash the attack before your tank, because your tank only has so much stamina and they need that shit to block and taunt. So yeah. I don't know. DPS players have a lot of responsibility, and bad DPS can... It's like what you said, Bash. Having shit DPS could make a 15-minute dungeon last 14 minutes. Exactly. I've been in some dungeons, like White Gold Tower, That's not an easy dungeon. And if you have bad DPS that, like, don't know the mechanics of the Cold Flame Atronach, oh my god. You're cooked. You're done. It's over. Because again, it's not a one-man job, some of those boss fights. You need to work as a team. We're very close. Yeah, DPS are responsible for killing ads too. Which, that's something that I didn't really, like, take into consideration for a while as a DPS player, because it's really noticeable when you start swapping into veteran content. Because I was a DPS player, and I still am a DPS player primarily, I would say. I just don't like the long queue times. So I play tank quite a bit. That's why I, like, go-to role. But, yeah, it's something that's noticeable when you start doing veteran dungeons, because base dungeons are, like, pretty simple. Almost everybody can handle the ads as, like, a group. It's not really that noticeable. But yeah, you get into veteran dungeons, and it's like, the scaling is way different. And ads can really stack up if you're not careful. Also, there's a lore book in this boat I must have already gotten. A bad healer is unrecoverable in a dungeon IMO, while a bad anything else can be mitigated by an especially good healer. Which is why I heal. Trust no one. You know, that's honestly, that's also a very valid take, because kind of like what we said is like, a bad DPS can make a dungeon go on for a long time, but as long as you have a good healer, you will eventually succeed through that dungeon. Whereas, yeah, if your healer is like off picking their nose in the corner, you are not going to have a good time. I think it starts at DLC dungeons. There's a percentage of the player base that can't understand mechanics. It only really scales up from vet base there. Yeah, DLC dungeons do take a leap. Again, like, Imperial City Prison and White Gold Tower as the first two real, like, DLC dungeons. Those were kind of a step up from a lot of the mechanics. Like, you think about the Flesh Sculptor fight, and that's, like, really... You have to know that you are going to go throw those things, the little flesh pods to destroy the flesh Atronachs, otherwise you're going to have a terrible time on your hand. You got that one room, it's like the first room that you fight, I forget the name of the boss, but you fight that one guy in that boss room, and there's that harvester in there, and it's like, if you don't kill that harvester, you're just done. In that dungeon. The big abomination also. Yeah, the final boss on Vet is just killer. Yeah, if people don't know that you have to, like, go, oh my god. Spent so many times explaining mechanics to people through Xbox controller text chat to, like, hey, you need to go in the portal and do this and that. It's like, because some people don't have mics and stuff. So, and yeah, back when I was farming for, like, the Leeching set and the Lord Warden Dusk shield, it's like, you need to get people, you really need to get people on your page for Imperial City Prison in a lot of instances. Okay, so we'll go, I think it was Eastern Gate. City of Ash 2 is probably the hardest base game dungeon. City of Ash 2 is Vulcan Scoria. I'm trying to think of other bosses in there. City of Ash 2 has tons of bosses. But there's that one skip you can do in City of Ash 2. That some people know about, and they'll follow you through the lava, and other people don't. But City of Ash 2, yeah, I would agree. I can't think of a harder one off the top of my head. So, yeah, there's just so many bosses.
I don't deserve this.
Let's see. Where was I in the city? I think I was over here. Doing dungeons and trials together would be cool. Yeah, I think that'd be a fun, like Discord event that we could do every once in a while, is, like, get people together and run dungeons or something. I don't know.
To choose.
Okay, choose disciplines free. So, I'm gonna choose, I think, Dawn's Wrath, because I believe it does... Oh, magic damage. No, okay, flame damage. Sun's Fire is flame damage. Nova is magic damage, but maybe there's a morph for that. Magic damage. Anything that we can get here that's worth it. Casting a Dawn's Wrath ability grants minor sorcery, increasing your spell damage by 10%, up to 20 for Illuminate 2. Casting a Dawn's Wrath ability while in combat and generates 2 ultimate. This effect can occur every 6 seconds. Okay. There's also, though, like, Dawn's Wrath has... No, I'm thinking of Restoring Light. Restoring Light has... Restoring Aura, which could be a good buff. What about Warp? Green Balance. Don't... Okay, hold on. Fungal Growth. No, not Green Balance. Animal Companions. And we could do Scorch. They deal magic damage, though. Magic damage. I gotta look up some of the morphs for this stuff. But I do really like the idea of a Dunmer Fire Mage that uses a group of Shulk. Max recovery. That's not really a good subclass to take, though. I wonder... Okay, what about Dragon Knight? We have Ardent Flame. So that's a fire ability. Then we have Sorcerer with Storm Calling, so that would be lightning. And then you could do something with Warden to do Winter's Embrace. So you could have fire, lightning, and shock all on one character. That could be kind of fun to do, like a chaos magic storm build. I don't think it'd be easy to build necessarily, but I think it'd be kind of fun. I have to think about that. Just ice and poison. Yeah. Back, did you unlock Kimmel? I was gone. Not quite. Tempest can be hard on Vet if you group random. Just the final boss, though, really. Yeah, Tempest Island with that boss that, like, just zips around and... What is it with that boss? If you space it out too much, he'll like, shield bash you and pretty much insta-kill you. So you have to make sure that you know the range on Tempest Island of that final boss. I've played Tempest Island a ton, I feel like. Tempest Island... I feel like there's always people running that dungeon. For some reason. Nightblade doesn't seem like a good choice here. With this subclass. I wonder, like, if I just choose one... Daedric Summoning, maybe. Be kind of fun. Restore 185 magicka when something ends, yeah. Reduces the cost of your ultimates by 8%. I think it's up to 15. Reduces damage taken when you have a Daedric summoning ability active.
But then I hear that they carted his body south to Bankurai Garrison.
Increases increases magic and stamina by 2, max health by 2 if you have a permanent pet active. Okay. Alright, hold on. For all you mechanics people out there. Increases your max health 2% if you have a permanent pet active. Would that count for the Warden's, Betty Netch? I guess I'm confused by what they mean. No, it wouldn't, because Betty Netch is on a timer, and they mean permanent companion like a scamp or something like that. So, okay, that makes sense. I get that. What are we looking at in Daedric Spear? Crit damage by 6%. It would synergize with Warden's Bear. I don't really want a bear on this character, though. I don't like that Dawn's Wrath doesn't seem to have that many fire abilities. I wish it was not magic abilities, but like it feels thematically on. So I'm gonna pick Dawn's Wrath. Daedric Spear, I just don't know, like it doesn't feel right. Okay, so here's my question. Here's what I understand with this. Upon reaching rank 50, a skill line is considered mastered and no longer counts against your subclass limit. So if I get Dawn's Wrath to 50, I can just subclass in something else eventually. So I'm gonna equip, I'm going to do Dawn's Wrath here. Swap it for Earthen Heart. Oh. And then yeah, and then we'll do Sorcerer for Storm Calling. And we'll swap out Draconic Power for that. That way we can do like Surge. Surge is really good because it's a heal. It's a crit heal. And what are these? Recovery, physical and shock damage. Okay, hold on. I'm not a fan of this anymore. Storm Calling, no. Let's cancel this. This is crazy. This is crazy trying to pick this stuff. Looking at the options, it feels like subclassing would make really good ice lightning mages. Yeah, but not so much fire, huh? Alright, you know what? I'll sit on this. I'll think about it at some point. You know what? There are a couple characters, though, that I need to talk to on a different character. So we'll load up my Stamina Sorcerer. And we will do that really quick. Because I want to get as much done in one recording as I can. And I just forgot about them. So we'll...
Over here. We have much to discuss, you and I.
Yep. Run this way. And we need to go first and foremost, I think, to Elden Root. Is where we want to head. Also, so bad about remembering to train my mount, so we'll up that.
What?
Yeah, I guess like with an ice mage, you would have the option of necromancer for a lot of stuff, right? Necromancer source or necromancer warden would be a good combo there. But yeah, fire just feels like it's not made for that. Okay, so we are gonna go. Yeah, let me double check that this is an Elden Root. This is the final line of dialogue that will appear in the video. It's not me. She's an Elden Root, yep. So we'll work our way over it. People said ESO was overwhelming before. Yeah, I know. This adds a whole bunch of other layers onto that. Ice, I was thinking Warden Necro, and Lightning was Sorcerer Necro. Are there lightning abilities in Necro, or just for passive buffs? Ah, there she is.
If she was there.
Alright, I need to, once again, turn all of my audio off except for dialogue. So it's going to sound weird for a second.
Aetherius is a deep, dark, and endless sea. Endless, too, are the secrets of magic in its myriad forms and expressions. Consider me a tutor, provided you merit my tutelage. When studying magic, one must simply accept that certain factors of magicka will elude one perpetually. Fortunately, for those times, there are individuals like myself, willing and able to guide others towards understanding.
Okay, that is the last piece of dialogue in the video. And then we need to go all the way to Arteum really quick, and I'm just going to keep the audio turned off. So we'll walk on over here and go into the Kapora Tower, and we'll talk to one of the Sijic monks up here. Try to get some dialogue out of him. Also, okay, you want to see something crazy? There are so many spelling mistakes in Somerset. It's weird. Temelin or Temelin?
The Kapora Tower truly is a sight to behold, isn't it? I've actually done quite a bit of functionally. The Kapora Tower serves as the Sijic Order's central location for both research and meditation. Directly beneath it lies the Dreaming Cave. Even now, little is known about its origins.
I remember she had a line of dialogue here that had a spelling error. Meditation is spelled correctly. Location, Dreaming Cave. Little is known about its origins. Is it that? Little is known about its origins? No. What exactly is the Dreaming Cave?
Simply put, it's a portal to oblivion. It's thought to be able to enter into any realm, though of course that theory hasn't been fully tested. The Sijic Order only uses the Dreaming Cave in times of great need. Though it may be hard to tell at first glance, the architecture of the tower doesn't quite match. This is because my order did not build the base structure. The bottom of the tower was already here when Artaeum was first discovered.
Hard to tell at first glance. Architecture of the tower doesn't quite match. This is because my order did not build the base structure. That all looks correct, but I know that I'm not... I know I'm not tripping. Who created the tower?
We're simply not sure. It must be ancient beings, of course, but it doesn't seem to match any other runes found within Somerset. There are many speculations, but no direct answers, I'm afraid.
Let me look into this. I'm gonna actually pull up the Somerset, or the Tower Lore script. I have an unused document that's just called Murak Slander. I think that was for a video that I never fully made. Meditation. That's what it was. It was wrong. Hold on. Did they fix it?
The Corpora Tower, functionally, the Corpora Tower serves as the Sijic Order's central location for both research and...
Okay. That line used to read mediation. So someone on the UESP actually needs to fix that. But yeah. It is now spelled correctly. Uh... 12-year-old edgelord and he wants to make a Nightblade Necro. Gravelord has 2 abilities that deal shock damage, but the passives are great too. Okay, so the one ability is the tether, right? Like you tether an enemy, or you tether a corpse and it deals shock damage, right? Something like that. Alright, we're looking for a man. I actually don't know where he's at in here. So we'll just run around until we find him. But I believe he's in this building. Mr. Study. The other is the skeleton summon. Feels shock on death. Oh, okay. Not the blast bones, though, right?
Forgive me, friend of Valcerin. These tomes were...
Alright, let me do a double check on where this dude is at. Oh, hold on. I think I know where he's at. Oh, never mind. He's supposed to be here. He is supposed to be here. In the Kapora Tower. I guess we go up a level if we can. Into the Right Master's study. Artaeum is so cool. Wish it was less blue. Yeah, I wish Cold Harbor was less blue. Cold Harbor is so blue. I get that it's called Cold Harbor, but like, come on. Well, we're looking for the lore master of the tower, and I don't know. Valseren's study. I don't think he'd be up here. So I guess it's going to be in the final portal. I feel like the dim lighting in here would make me sleepy. Yeah, it honestly does look very like calm and relaxing in here. Oh, so the Sill study. Yeah, this is not the right place, right? Unless he's up here. Or unless I just need to, like, make a new character or something. Am I, like, too far along in the Somerset quest to see this guy? It always bothered me with this effect, by the way, that, like, it cuts off at the top and the bottom. Very upsetting. Man, I really am hoping that, like, I'm gonna see somebody different when I walk into these rooms. But I guess the last option that we have is over this way. Oh, hold on. Oh, hey, okay. Here he is.
Congratulations, Caravan. You now possess all the rights and privileges afforded to members of our order. Continue your studies. Use these powers for the good of all, and you will make this humble teacher very proud indeed. Congratulations, Caravan.
Ah. I think I do need to... Oh, unless he's going to say something. Yeah, I think I need to do something to get him to get the line of dialogue that I want. So that's disappointing. The line of dialogue that I want is... Magic is an intensely personal exercise, initiate. No two mages weave their spells in exactly the same way. Like painting or sculpting, each artist has their own distinctive style. Imagine an elaborate lock with thousands of tumblers. The master locksmith must learn their sequence before they can devise a key. So I need to find out where that dialogue comes from. That is from a quest called A Breach Amid the Trees. Breach Amid the Trees. Oh, and that's this. Oh, wow. You telling me I gotta do the Sigic Order quest line again? This is as bad as the books. Oh my god. Okay. Well, that's news to me. I thought I'd just be able to talk to this guy. I guess I know what I'm doing tomorrow. They really just stuck to the one aesthetic with Cold Harbor, yeah. Not how I pictured it in my head, but a lot of base game stuff is just that basic. Yeah. This reminds me of an aquarium. Yeah, if you guys have been to Shed Aquarium in Chicago, it's very Kapora Tower. I think the Sigic skill line is the worst in the game, TBH, in terms of maxing out. It's between that and the Mage's Guild for me, 100%. Just terrible. Okay, well, we'll turn the dialogue back on. I'll load up some of my other characters so we can get all of those skill trees unlocked, because I believe that... yeah, we've got animal companions. Okay, I've got all of the Dragon Knight and all the Sorcerer skills. I need 2 more Templar abilities and 1 more Nightblade ability. I need Assassination. What's my Assassination at? It can't be that far off. 50. I almost went to the aquarium in Chicago, but I was too late. Spent too much time in the Field Museum that day. Field Museum is also a great place to go. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, I thought that I had Assassination maxed out, but we just didn't load this character up yet, so we're good on Assassination. Yeah, Templar, I need 1 level in Dawn's Wrath and healing, and then I guess I just need Winter's Grasp, which I believe is my lowest skill out of any of them. To finish off these guys. I know that my Arcanist and my Necromancer do not have maxed out skills, though. That's why I'm not even clicking on them, because I'm just disappointed. You know what? All of this footage of me playing ESO, though, definitely gonna put this to use. I have been sent a bunch of runes. Great. Love that. I'll take them right now. See, 2 minutes ago. Okay. So Winter's Grasp is at 43. It's because I don't ever use those abilities. Because this is a healer. And Winter's Embrace is... yeah. It's not a healing skill tree, really. Enchanting requiring runes in ESO was weird. Yeah. Yeah, I guess because the soul gem economy was being used for revives. The runes, I guess, made some sense there, but...
I don't even know where their bones are.
Eh. Alright, I want to level up my Templar abilities really quick. Damn, we are really close. Wow. Okay, so what's the animation change? That's different? That animation is different? Looks very similar to me. Well, I'll go to my beloved spot. So, when it comes to, like, Templars, why were people saying that people don't play Templar a whole lot anymore? Like, just other stuff is better, or Templar's gotten worse? No, a lot of people complain about Templar. I was mostly joking that there's not a lot of them. Okay. Gotcha. Why do people complain about Templar, though? That's just interesting to me as someone who's not, like, super tuned in. Because I always feel like I saw a lot of Templars back when I would play. I'm not 100% sure. I don't do a lot of group content in TBH. Just see a lot of threads about it. Alright, fair enough. I mostly do solo content too when I play. You know, this skill tree, the Restoring Light skill tree, I feel like probably has good passives. Like, if you were gonna do, if you were gonna do a Necromancer healer, maybe like a level of Restoring Light would be good just for the passives. I don't know. Maybe like some kind of a Sorcerer Templar. Seen high-level Templars solo dragons before? Really? Oh my god. Not sure if it's discourse around nerfs and stuff like that. Yeah, I guess. That's wild. Soloing a dragon is crazy work. Seen high-level Templar... Oh, yeah. Templar Spear is unblockable, so annoying in PvP, but never heard anyone complain about it in PvE. I feel like complaining about anything in PvE is kind of like... I don't know, it's kind of odd. go. Restoring light increased to 50. That's what we like to see. Okay, restoring light master. I don't know if you guys have heard, but I'm something of a restoring light master. I do really love the Adric's Spear ability though, like the radial sweep. That ultimate is like, I think it costs like 92, something like that to count, or to cast. Very, very easy ability to get off. Sent a friend request out of respect, bro denied it. Fucking Chad stuff. the Templar who soloed the dragon? Is that what you mean? Dude, the aggro range it's not long enough on this, my guy. They're gonna run away from you. Okay, how much longer do we have to go? Oh boy. I don't know why, but for some reason that feels like so much longer than I thought. Hold on. I need this guy to relax for a second. Hold on. Relax. Okay. Invite to group. Yeah, see, that guy ran away. Alright. He grouped up with me. Hell yeah. I used to farm like this a lot for beetle scuttle stacks for stam pots. Not big into farming / grinding though. I just really like having my characters at level 50. And especially so, I want to get these skill lines to 50 for this new, like, subclassing mechanic, so... Just figured I'd do this really quick. Like, we can't really progress with the Sheogorath stuff tonight. I just, like, getting those books is hell. So I think... I think we have a lot of cheese material to work with for the video as is, so... At this point, I'm kind of just, like, streaming stuff, trying to... I don't know. Trying to figure out this subclass stuff. Off to bed now. Good stream today. Night, y'all. Yep, peace out, Lizard. See you in the Discord as well. But yeah, I don't find grinding, like, particularly fun. I usually put on, like, an album or a YouTube video or something, and then just sort of, like, do it passively while I'm doing something else. But I don't really, like... Again, I don't really play ESO, like, a ton these days, so... I don't know, I don't really do stuff like this too frequently anymore. But the Obsidian Gorge has been my spot for power leveling for, like, a long-ass time now. I do really like this spot too for the Fighter's Guild XP you can get from killing the husks. We're so close. I used to log in just to do dailies on all tunes before work at 5 a.m. Not so dedicated anymore. Yeah. It never was, like, to that extent with me, but I would usually log on, do my crafting dailies, you know, do my, my Dark Brotherhood dailies to try to get the Dark Brotherhood motif, or the Thieves Guild motif as well from those daily quests. Yeah. Oh, I've never seen this before. There's a dude up here. Okay, well, I don't want to get carpal tunnel from shooting that guy. I remember, like, the event they did... It was the anniversary event, the first anniversary event, I think, where they had, like, motifs that you could earn, random motif pages that you could earn from doing dailies, and I made so much money from doing those. Those were the good old days.
Man is mortal and doomed to death, failure, and loss. your soul burn.
Hey, I had a feeling that's all we would need to do to finish off. Okay. Well, we can leave this group. You got banned from ESO, but you used to spend so much money on it, maybe it was for the better. Yeah. They were saving you. Okay, let's swap back to Everlasting Sweep, my beloved. So Templar class mastery, that's cool to see. So yeah, now it's really just Arcanist and Necromancer that I need. Oh, and the one, yeah, Winter's Grasp for Warden, or Winter's Embrace. Yeah, wild. All right. Well, on that note, I mean, it's a Wednesday night. Technically, it's a Thursday morning. I should probably be heading off to bed. But I will hopefully get the video out, the first video out in the next day or two, for channel members first, and then we'll be doing a couple other videos here and there with Sheogorath as the focus in one of them, some of my own YouTube comments as the focus in another. I have a video that I want to make about Elder Scrolls Legends as well, but I don't know exactly how or what I'm going to say at this moment. Really just kind of that I missed the game is the point. So yeah, I'm trying to build a backlog of stuff for you guys to watch, and release it, you know, week by week, so that way, like, we don't have big content droughts in between uploads. So that is the plan for the Dareloth YouTube channel. And I hope that you guys all had a good time hanging out tonight. It was a very fun time. And I can feel myself getting sleepy. So I am going to open this chest. And then I'm going to head off. Need to crash myself. Been fun. Sheo's a good subject. And I look forward to the magic video. We killed it on the Mythic Dawn video and the Tower Board. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have a feeling with this one that, like, I've done my research pretty well on everything, but I also, like, there's always this, like, kind of fear that I have that I'm gonna miss something completely obvious, and then someone's gonna, like, the first comment someone's gonna leave is gonna be like, this guy's a fucking idiot. But, like, I do so much research for him. Like, I'm hoping I didn't miss anything huge with the magic video. I think that we've got a good thing on our hands. And I find the stuff that I do have written to be very interesting, so hopefully you guys will all think the same thing. But yeah, so I am gonna head off. Yeah, all the more reason to come over prepared, exactly. So, yeah, I will talk to you guys in the next one. Maybe we'll stream sometime again this week. I don't know. But until then, I've been Dareloth, and I will talk to you guys in the next one. Peace out.